Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will make a weather application. And we're going to do this application by getting data from the internet. So we'll get data from the Open Weather Map site. And to get the data, we're going to use the retrofit library. And that way we'll be able to get the weather conditions in two different ways into our application. First, we will find the user's position and get the weather conditions based on that position. And then second, we'll get the weather forecast by city name. So I'm just going to show you the finished application now, see what it looks like at the moment, and show you where we're going to go. So my friends, the way we need to build this is we need to ask the permission of the user to find the position, right? Then the weather information will come back to us according to the user's position. And as you can see, the weather information for the city of London is here. And the location was set to London, right? So let's change the location now. I'll set the location to Washington. As you can see now, the weather information for the city of Washington. Now, just by pressing on the button here, we will switch to the page where we're going to make the query according to the city name. So I'll type in New York in edit text. And press the search button. And what do you see? The weather information for the city of New York is right here before your eyes. So yes, indeed, my friends, that's the way the application looks. I want to take a short break after this introduction, and in the next lesson, we're going to have a look at the website from where we got the data. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we examined the finished version of the application that we're going to build together. So in this lesson, we're going to examine the website where we get the data from. For this, we'll immediately write in openweathermap.org into the internet browser of your choice. Click on the API tab. And since we will get instant weather information in our application, we're going to examine the current weather data section. Click on the API document tab. And here are a few different ways that we can get this weather information. We can get it by city name, city ID, or geographic coordinates. Now, in order to get weather information according to geographic coordinates, we will need 3 parameters to be precise: latitude, longitude, and API key. So we can find the latitude and longitude information just by taking the user's location. And we will receive the API key as a member of this site. So that's why I press the Sign In tab. So if you don't happen to have an account, you can always complete the registration process just by clicking the Create Account tab. And then after registration is complete, the home page will open. Then by clicking the API Keys tab here, we can get the API key information that we need. So now let's go ahead and open the API document page again, and first we'll query the weather information based on geographic coordinates. So I'll copy the web address here, paste it into the browser, and write the API key in the App ID section. and we will write the latitude information in the LAT part, the longitude information on the LON part. So for an example, we can write the latitude and longitude information of the fair city of London. Now, of course, we will automatically get location information from our application. And finally, we can write units equals metric so that the temperature values are Celsius. Now, if you write units equals imperial, the temperature values will come to us as Fahrenheit. Not easy to spell. All right, well, it is for you. So if we don't write anything down, the temperature values will come in as Kelvin, which is interesting. You don't know too many people who know the Kelvin scale, but that's another story and another lesson. So we can always access this information from within the site. Now we're going to get some necessary information just by pressing the Enter key or button. So as you can see here, the weather information for the fair city of London is brought to us in vivid detail. So we'll take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we will examine the details even further. Lots more to come. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we started to examine the website. And by using the latitude and longitude information, we obtained weather information for the City of London. So in this lesson, we're going to examine weather information in a little more detail. So we're also going to learn how to get weather information using the city name. So for this, I'll just open my browser, and you can, of course, open your favorite browser. Now, when you look at it like this, the weather information looks fairly complicated. So to examine it more easily, I'm going to type jasoneditoronline.org into the browser. So I'll copy the weather information and paste it in here. Now, by clicking the Code or Tree tab from here, we can make some weather information more understandable to our human brains. And if we look a little deeper, you can see that there is latitude and longitude information under the heading Coordinate. And then under the heading Weather, there is weather information and the code of the icon representing the weather condition. Now here, under the heading Main, there are temperature values, pressure, humidity. Just below, there is visibility and wind information. Now, under the heading SYS, there are country names, sunrise and sunset information. And just below that, the city name information. So to get more details, you can check the site. Right now, I'm going to make an inquiry by city name. So for this, I'll just copy this necessary link here from the Open Weather app site. I'll write in London again as a city. And when I press the enter button, we have access to the weather information of the City of London. All right, so that's enough for now to be able to access weather information. Now we can start building our application, switching over to Android Studio. All right, so we'll take a short break here. We'll design our application in the next lesson. Thank you, and we'll see you in the next one. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lessons, we examined the website from which we will get our weather information, right? So in our lesson following, we will design our application. So the application is going to consist of two activities. The first activity, we're going to get this weather information based on the user's location. And then within the second activity, we're going to get the weather information according to the city name. So the first activity is going to include the city name, country name, temperature, values, and the icon representing the weather and some other details. And then using the button here, we're going to move on to the second activity. And the design of the second activity will be similar to the design of the first activity, but the only difference will be that in this activity, there will be an edit text component, as well as a search button, where the user can type in the city name. Also, the first activity will be the parent activity of the second activity. And then by using the arrow icon here, we'll be able to move on to the first activity. All right, my friends, that's what the application is going to look like. So why don't we go ahead and open up Android Studio now and start designing. Now, of course, I've created this project earlier, my friends. So I'll just delete the text view component here. And I'll choose the Show System UI option. Now, since there will be more than one component in the design area, it's going to be easier to use the linear layout instead of constraint layout. And I'll write linear layout instead of constraint layout. And I'll make the orientation value to be vertical. So now I'll just change the background color. And finally, I'll set an ID. And then just below that, I'll create a text view that will show the city name and the country name. I'll change the required properties of the text view component. And I'll make the value of the layout margin 7. And that way there will be a 7 dp space around the text view component. Now I'll create a linear layout. So in this layout, there will be a weather icon, as well as temperature information. So make the orientation value to be horizontal. Make the margin top feature 3. I'll add an image view. And then by default, I'll choose an image. So I'll just change the required properties. I'm going to add another linear layout. So temperature information will be included in this linear layout. And I'll make the orientation vertical. I'll make the margin start value 10. Also going to add 2 text views into this linear layout. So the temperature value will take its place in the very first text view component. Second text view component will also contain the weather information. So I'll just change the required properties of the text view component. And I'll create a text view component. And there will be details as my title in this text view component. Now, just below, I can add a linear layout. Make the orientation horizontal. And I'm going to add 2 more linear layouts to this linear layout. So in the first linear layout, there will be the titles of the detailed information. There will also be the detailed information in our second linear layout. Cool. So now I'm adding the necessary text view components. So finally, I will add a constraint layout. And I'll also add a floating action button in the constraint layout. So for this, I'm going to add the material design library into our project. All right, so once the material design library has been uploaded, I'll just add a plus sign into the drawable folder. Now we can add our button. So for the image, I'll choose the plus sign. And I can change the constraint values. All right, my friends, so that's rapidly finishing the design of the first activity. Let's take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we'll design our second activity. All right, see you on the other side. Well, hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, we designed the first activity. So in this lesson, we will design the second activity. So we've got to get right into Android Studio, and we will create a new activity. I'll define the name of the activity as Weather Activity. And this activity is now complete. So now I can create the pictures that I need in the drawable folder. Also, for the design of the edit text component, I will create a new file in the drawable folder. I'll set the name of the file to be background file. And I can write shape in the root element section and create the file. Inside the corners tag, I can set the radius value to be 50. Inside the stroke tag, I'll determine the color and width values. All right, so that is our basic design. Now I'll continue to design the application. So I can write linear layout instead of constraint layout here. Make the orientation vertical. And I'll just change the background color. And I'll create a linear layout. Make the orientation, horizontal. And then I make the value of the margin top 5. And then here I'll add edit text and one button. So that's one of each into this linear layout. Now I'm changing the required properties of the edit text component. And for a background, I can add the background file that I created in the drawable folder. So for the drawable start, I'll choose the picture of the location city. And I'll just set the background for the button as the search picture. Now I'm also going to change some other required properties of this button. So I'll create a new linear layout, copy and paste the design of the first activity into it. And we'll make some necessary changes. So I forgot to set the ID of the image view and the text view component. So I'll create the necessary ID. All right, my friends, that finishes the design here. So we'll take a short break. And then in the next lesson, we're going to get to coding. All right, see you then. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the design of the application, basically. So in this lesson, we're going to add retrofit, Picasso, and JSON libraries into our project. All right, so for this, I'll just immediately go to my browser. So we're first going to add the retrofit library. And then we will add the Picasso library. And finally, we will add the JSON library. All right, so there are our necessary libraries, and now they've been loaded. All right, so now we can move on and define our components. So first of all, I will define the components in the main activity. And now I'll just match the components to their IDs. So then I will be able to define the components in the weather activity. And then I'll just match the components to their IDs. And there you go, my friends. That's it. We've now defined our components. So we'll take a short break, and in the next lesson, we're going to continue for some more coding, all right? See you in the next one. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we added the necessary libraries to our project and defined the components. So that means in this lesson, we're going to create the model classes required to retrieve data from the website. We can create the model class in two different ways. First, we can create it manually. And then secondly, we can create it automatically from the website here. What? Yeah, in fact, since there's more than just one piece of data for this application, we're going to create the model class automatically. So for this, I can just open the JSON schema to pojo.org in my browser. And now I can copy and paste the weather information. And I'll write the package name of our application in the package section. And then in the class name section, I'll write a class name. And I'll choose Java as the target language. And I'll choose JSON as the source type. I'll choose JSON as the annotation style. And then just by clicking on the preview button below, there you can see the model classes have been created. Now, of course, if we were to create these classes manually, we could have used a lot more time, and, well, we'd also be more likely to make mistakes. So in my view, this makes our job a lot easier. So now we can download the created model classes as a zip file and include it in our project. All right, so now that the zip file's been loaded, I'll just extract the zip file and include model classes into my project. Yes, my friends, just like that, we created our model classes. Pretty easy, huh? All right, so why don't we take a short break here? And then in the next lesson, we're going to create the necessary interfaces for retrieving some data, all right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we created model classes. So in this lesson, we will create the classes required to get that data. So it's thanks to these classes that we will create that we'll be able to make a request to the website and then receive that necessary information. So with that, we're going to get right into Android Studio. First of all, we'll create a new class. I'll just name the class Retrofit Weather. And then later I'll create an object from the Retrofit class. So now I will create a method that returns to us a retrofit type object. And that'll be able to be accessed from anywhere within the application. So I'll use an if statement inside of this method. If the retrofit object is null, then retrofit equals new retrofit.builder.base URL. In parentheses, we'll write the basic address of the website from which we will receive the data. So I'm typing in .add converter factory and write JSON converter factory .create in parentheses. And finally, I'll write .build and complete this class by typing return retrofit. So this class is standard. Only the base URL may change according to the application that you'll make. Okay, so now we can create an interface. So I'll just name the interface as Weather API. So in this interface, we will make some necessary queries. So here, we're also going to state that we will get the data by location and city name. So we'll use the get method for this. We'll put the part of the website outside the base URL in parentheses. We will also get the data with the call method. The data will be of the model class type that we just created. Now here I'll just name the method. I'll write the query method in parentheses. And thus we'll get the weather information based on the user's location. So now I'll just copy and paste this query method. And that way we'll be able to make a similar query according to the city name. And just like that, my friends, we've created our required classes and queries. So let's take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we'll find the user's location. All right, see you then. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we created the required classes to get the data. So in this lesson, we're going to find the user's location. So for this, when you get right into Android Studio, we'll make a fix in the Weather API interface. Now, both methods have the same name. So I'll just rename the second method. And now let's open the main activity. And here I will create an object from the Location Manager and the Location Listener classes. And I will also create variables of the type double for latitude and longitude values. Then in the onCreate method, I will define Location Manager and the Location Listener variables. So I'll write Location Manager equals get system service. I'll write context.location service in parentheses. Now I will define the location listener object. So as you can see, my friends, 4 methods have been implemented. So now I'll choose the onLocation changed method. We'll get the latitude and longitude information just by using the location object in parentheses. All right, so that's how you get the user's location. However, in order to get the user's location, we do need to ask the user for permission. So for this, we will get internet and location permissions from the manifest file. All right, so now we've got to do some coding for location permission. Now, we've already requested permission to access the user's gallery before, so we'll use a similar method here. So it previously did not allow us to access the location, so we can ask for the necessary permission. If it is allowed, I'll write the location manager.request location updates method. And then this method will take 4 parameters. First, location manager.gps provider. So this parameter will find the location by accessing the GPS. Second parameter is minimum time interval between location updates. So we can write in 500 milliseconds. Third parameter is minimum distance between location updates. And we'll write in 50 meters. Then finally, we'll write the location listener object. Outside, for the onCreate method, I'm creating the onRequestPermission result method. So if the user grants access to the location, I'll write the same method as above. So now let's show the user's location in the logcat screen. As you can see, we get the user's location, and that's that. So we'll take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we can extract the data from the website and print it onto the components. I'll see you then. Hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we got the user's location information. So in this lesson, we're going to take the weather information from the website and print it on the components based on the user's location. So for this, we'll get right into Android Studio. I'll create a new method. And we'll get the data in this method. So this method will take latitude and longitude values as parameters. Now I'll create an object from the Weather API interface. So I'll write Weather API equals retrofitweather.getClient.create. And then I'll write Weather API.class in parentheses. Just below, I will create an open weather map type call object. And then I pass the getWeatherWithLocation method in the Weather API interface to the call object. So here I'll write latitude and longitude information in parentheses. Now I'll write call point in queue. All right, so this method will allow us to retrieve the data asynchronously. In other words, in the background. So I'll write the new callback in parentheses. And then when I press enter, two methods will occur. Okay, so the first method is a method that will get the data. And then the second method is the method where we will specify what to do in case an error occurs while retrieving the data. Then using the response object here, just print the data onto the components. So we access the OpenWeatherMap class with the response.body method. With the getName method, we can get the city name. Now let's grab that country name. So since the country name is in the sys class, I'll get the country name by typing response.body.get_sys.getCountry. So in this way, we'll just take all the values and then print them on the components. We can get the Celsius sign from the temperature on the internet. Now we'll get the weather icon. So first, let's pass the code of the icon to a string type variable. And then, using the Picasso library, we'll print the weather icon on the image view component. So now I'll get the link for the weather icon from the Open Weather Map site. Instead of the icon code here, I'm writing icon code variable. And then finally, I can write the get weather data method into the onLocation changed method. All right, latitude and longitude values as parameters. Now let's run our application so that we can test it out. All right, my friends, yeah, there's an error. I knew that was going to happen. So to solve this error, we just need to add Java 8 into our project. All right, now let's run it and test it. And there you go. We get the weather information. And I can just change the location now. And the weather information of the city of Paris. And now I think there's a problem with the image. Now we're going to solve that later. Have no worries. We're just testing out some mechanics here. So I'll change the location again. All right, cool. So there you have it, my friends. We'll take a short break, and then in our next lesson, we're going to get the weather information based on the city name. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we received the weather information based on the user's location. So in this lesson, we're going to get some weather information by the city name. Now, since the code that we write will be the same, we're just going to be able to copy and paste the code from the first activity. So for all of this, let's go right into Android Studio. All right, so first of all, there was a problem uploading the image. So let's solve that now. So you can just fix this by typing HTTPS instead of HTTP. And now let's run the application to test it. Okay, so the weather information has also been uploaded quite easily. So now we can get our weather information by city name. So first, we'll write in the code to move on to the second activity by using intent. So we'll set the main activity as the parent activity in the manifest file. Now we can copy the code that we wrote and paste it into the weather activity. So I'll just change the name of the components and the method name. Then as a parameter, I'll write the name of the city. I'll also write the getWeatherData method into the onClick method of the button. And now I'm going to transfer the data in the edit text component to a variable of the string type. I'll write city name as a parameter. And finally, I'll clean the edit text component. Also, if the user types in something other than a city name, the application is going to throw up an error. All right, so let's check this actually with an if statement. So if the response is successful, I will paste the code that we wrote here. If not, we can show a short message to the user. All right, my friends, so let's test it out. So there the application opens. I'll turn on the other activity. I'll type in Paris in the search bar. And there you can see we get the weather information successfully. So now I'll write in something other than a city name. And there's our toast message. All right, my friends, so our application's working. So if you want to change around visuals, you can do other things, you can do other images, you can do whatever you want that the site offers us. All right, so just have at it and play around. And my friends, that's the end of this project. So have fun with it. See you on the next one. Hello, everyone. So we are starting a new chapter in this video. So in this section, we're going to talk about a few useful libraries that you can use in Android Studio. So in this section, we will learn 3 new libraries. So the first one will be the Data Binding Library. The other will be the Picasso Library. And finally, we will learn how to use the Event Bus Library. So we're going to go ahead and get started with the Data Binding Library first. Now, as it can be understood probably from the name, Data Binding Library will bind data and UI. So data binding libraries basically are support libraries that allow connection with or in between the UI components in a layout with the data source. So when connecting data with components, it uses declarative methods instead of programmatic methods. So the declarative method simplifies the work of developers by minimizing the amount of code that you're going to have to write. I'll explain the programmatic as well as the declarative method in just a bit, but let's stick with this data binding library. Data binding library was first introduced in 2015. So when you define the data or data binding library, you're not going to need the find view by ID code that you use to define the components. In addition to that, the data binding library prevents the null pointer exception error that we frequently encounter in Java. Oh boy, you're saying, what an important feature. Well, yeah, anything to prevent this error because that will indeed cause your application to crash. All right, so that's enough with an explanation. Let's go to Android Studio and show Data Binding Library as our application. So I've created a new project in Android Studio. Now, I've also prepared a sample in this project without using data binding. Okay, it's actually a very simple example. So here I will show you 3 different things in 3 different text views. And this is basically the way that it used to be, or, well, this is a classic way to do it, if you will. So I've added 3 text views to the main activity. Then I define these text views in the Java file. And then I also match the text views IDs with the find view by ID code inside the onCreate method. Then finally, I print all this data into text view with the setText method. Now, of course, I created a model class so that the data can be obtained because the data may be coming from the database or the REST API. So I give it a name of the model class and its info. So in this class, I have defined 3 string data types for name, surname, and email. And again, using these 3 data types, I created the class's constructor and getter methods. Then I sent values to the model class in main activity. Okay, so basically that's the classic method that you already know. And we call this method a programmatic method. As you can see, we need to do all the operations in order to print this data. Now, what do you say we do the same thing, but using the data binding method? So first we need to activate the data binding library in the Gradle file. So I'll open the Gradle file and I'll write data binding enabled equals true. Then when I press the Sync Now button, the data binding library will become active. And sure enough, now I can use the data binding library in my project. Now, we've said that data binding is a declarative method, not a programmatic method, so it means that we will write necessary code for operations to be done in the user interface. So, in other words, the part that we design. So we're going to write the code of each component in its XML tag. So I'll open up the XML side. Now, in order to use data binding, we first include the existing layout in the layout tag. So I'm opening a layout tag here, and I'll place the entire constraint layout inside this layout tag. And now our main layout is in layout format. So now we add the required layout for whatever format that we want to place the components in layout. So in this example, the constraint layout can remain the same, but if you want to, you can add linear layout or another layout format inside the layout tag. But the main layout must be in the layout tag. So then I'll open the data tag inside the layout tag. I open the variable tag in the data tag. So here, Android Studio asks us to enter two values. One of them is name. So that's the name that we will give to our data binding method. So you can write any name here, but I'm going to use data because that's the name that I wrote here earlier in the main activity Java side, right? So I write data in the name section. Now the other value is the type section. So here we'll write the name of the model class with the package name. The name of the model class is info. So when I write info here, there are various alternatives. So we should choose the package name of the project. Package name of the project is com.company.databindinglibrary. So I'll choose this package. And then by doing this, I am connecting this layout to the data source, the model class. Actually, this right here, this is what we call data or data binding. The data will come directly from the data source to the layout via the model class. That's pretty cool. So that means that we're not going to have to write a lot of code on the Java side. We've connected the data source and the layout to each other. So now we can define the operations to be performed on the components. So first, why don't we print the data in text view where the name will be written. So I'll delete the text written in the text section of the first text view's XML tag. And after I put the @ sign, I will write data.name between the curly brackets. By the way, data in here is the name that we gave to data binding above. Name in here is the string that we defined in the model class, because we're going to write a name here from the model class. And as you can see, we're doing the operation of this text view directly in the text view's own XML tag. And that's why we call this a declarative method. This method reduces the code to be written. It also, in my opinion, but I think in most people's opinion, it organizes the code a lot better. So likewise, let's write the code in other text view. So I'm writing at data.surname because I'll write the last name in the second text view. I will write at data.email in the third text view. Okay, so here now you remember that I indicated that the data binding method also eliminates the null pointer exception error. In the classic menu, if there's any value from name, surname, or email that do not come from the data source, the Java programming language gives the null pointer exception error. So that causes the application to crash. But if some data here is null in the data binding, well, it'll just write null over the text view. Thus, the application will be prevented from crashing. And this way, we've done all of our transactions on the XML side. So many of the codes on the Java side are no longer needed. So in the Java file, I can delete the part where I wrote the data to text view. I can also delete the part where I match the components with their IDs. And in the upper part, I can also delete the part where I define the components. Now, I also delete the line of code where the layout in the onCreate method is defined. So instead of all this, here I just create an object from the activity main binding class. The activity main binding class is created automatically here. And while creating this class, it takes the name of the layout connected with the data source adjacent and adds the binding to the end. Also, the first letter of every word is capitalized. So in this example, since we linked the activity main XML file with the data source, the first letter of the word activity was made capital. Then the first letter of the word of main was made capital. And now the word binding has been added at the end. Now, had we done this operation for another layout here, this class would be created by adding the word binding to the name of that layout. So now I've created an object from the activity main binding class. So I'll call this object the main binding for its name. Then I'll write main binding equals data binding util.setContentView. So the setContentView method will also take two parameters. First parameter will be this. The second parameter will be r.layout.activityMain. Since I made data binding in main activity here, I made the definition main activity as well. So finally, I use the main binding object below, and I'm writing main binding.set data info. The reason why I write set data here is that I gave data as the name to data binding on the XML side. So let's say we give it another name. For example, if we give the name information, well, I should have written set information here. The info object in parentheses is the object that I created from the model class on the top line. And yeah, so that's it. As you can see, the data source and the layout are linked very easily. Moreover, in this example, we have done these operations for three very simple text views. Now, in a complex UI design, data binding will give us way more advantage. It will save us from many unnecessary lines of code. So I want to run the application, and you can see so that it's working. And here it's open, and data appears in text view just the same way it did before. Although the result is the same, we've been able to write a lot less code in this method. And what do you know? This data binding method is already prepared, waiting for you in Google to facilitate the work of we developers. So, I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. So in this lesson, we're going to talk about a second library in the easy-to-use libraries section of Android Studio. So the name of this new library is the Picasso Library. No, it's not a repository of paintings, although I wish. But, in fact, we have used the Picasso Library in various parts of this course. Were you aware of it? Well, we didn't dwell on it, but I do want to now show you some of the details. The Picasso Library is important enough to be treated separately, and, well, it's going to make our work together easier as well. Now, of course, since it is labeled even as a very simple library to use, we typically just mention it maybe as a sidebar or something, but I want to tell you that the Picasso Library allows us to show in Android, in, well, any Android applications using an official link to the internet. So it allows us to show the pictures in the REST API or an online database using just the link. In addition to that, we can show the pictures in device memory in Android applications by specifying the path with Picasso Library. So why don't we have a closer look at how we use this library in Android Studio? So here you'll notice that I've created a new project for this topic in Android Studio, and the name of this project is Picasso Library. So it's in this project that we're going to show a picture that is on the internet in this Android app. So I'll show you the picture right away. I will use an image. Well, it's actually from Android's own website. Now the link of this picture appears above, and you can use any picture that you want to on the internet. And I am going to now go back to Android Studio. So first of all, let's delete the text view. And I'll add an image view to the project. And then when I add the image view, I need to select a default image. So I'll choose one of the pictures in the project. I just hold this image view and put it in a position to be visible in the application. And since our layout is constraint layout, let's give constraint values for the current position. So by clicking on the magic wand icon, these values are assumed automatically. So the ID of image view is also image view. So let's have a look at the Java side. We'll first define image view. And next, we'll match the image view to its ID. So after that, we'll need to add the Picasso library into the project. So open the Gradle file for this. I'll paste the code of the Picasso library here. Now, the latest version of Picasso library is the current version here, 2.71828. And then by clicking on the Sync Now button, the library begins to be added. And sure enough, the Picasso library has now been added to the project. All right, so I can close the Gradle file. And then I'll create a string to hold the link of the image. So I'll call this string image URL. And I'll copy the link of the picture and paste it here. So now I can show the picture on image view using this link. The process I'm going to do is very simple. I'll just write picasso.get.load. So I'll write the URL of the image. That's the image URL string, of course, to the load method. And now this code will get the image from the link. Then I add the .into method. The into method also determines the component where we're going to show the picture. So I'm writing image here because I will show the picture in image view. And that way the picture will be taken from the link and displayed in image view. Of course, we've got to get the permission from the user to access the internet before running the application, because we're going to be using the internet connection of the user to get the picture with the link. So I open the manifest file for user permissions, and I'm getting the user permission here. All right, so why don't we run the application, and it opens, and yeah, as soon as it opens, the picture gets shown in image view. Of course, the Picasso library has other additional features. So here you can see some other features that you can use if you just put a dot before the into method after uploading the picture. Now, if an error occurs while loading an image, for example, you can load a default image or an error message image to replace it. Or you can always resize the picture. And of course, there are many more features like these. You can play around and see how useful each one will be for you. So I'll let you do that, and I'll see you in the next video. Hello, everyone. In this particular video, we're going to talk about this third topic of the library section, the easy-to-use library. So the name of this library is the Event Bus Library. So the Event Bus Library, it's an open source library, and it is a library that's very easy to add and use in Android. It facilitates communication between different components within the application. Now, in our previous lessons, we've transferred data between components. For example, we covered topics such as sending data from activity to fragment, sending data from fragment to activity. Well, the Event Bus Library makes it easy to transfer data between these components. So previously, we used to send data between components using intent or bundle methods. I'm sure you remember those. But once you know how to use the Event Bus Library, it's up to you to choose a library that you want to use. But let's make a note here that the Event Bus Library will dramatically reduce and simplify the coding of data transfer. What? How does it do that? Well, the Event Bus Library simplifies the process of sending data by centralizing it. All right, so let's have a look at what kind of components are able to use the Event Bus Library in order to transfer data. You can use the Event Bus Library to transfer data between activities, fragments, also when using services or threads. Sounds great, but how does the Event Bus Library work? So I'll show you a picture that explains the logic of the Event Bus Library very nicely. Event Bus works with publisher and subscriber logic. So in this system, there's a publisher and there are subscribers. And of course, subscribers will subscribe to these publications. So each event here represents a data transfer. Each event is sent centrally by the sender. So the sending is done by the Event Bus Library. These events are then received by the subscribers. But the important point here is the sending is made to all components by the sender. The subscribers are the only ones that receive that broadcast. So the submitted data is sent as Java objects. All right, so why is that important? Well, that means that the Event Bus Library can only transfer Java objects. So you won't be able to send value like strings or integers alone. You can send the data as a Java object. So for example, if you want to send data from an activity to a fragment, the activity becomes the publisher. The fragment becomes the subscribed component. And it also doesn't just have to be one subscriber. I'll throw that in now. Multiple components can also subscribe to the post. For example, you can send the same data to several fragments at once. In other words, the event is sent open to all components. That way, all components that subscribe to the post can receive the data. Now, if you remember, we were matching the sender and receiver in methods like intent or bundle. Those are the ones that we covered earlier. But in this method, the sending process is done to all components. That way, all subscribed components can receive all the data, right? That way, you don't need to make even any particular matches. So the fact that its name is Event Bus also comes from the working logic. If you think about bus stops, well, the event goes to all of the components like a bus goes to each stop. But data is left only at the subscribed stations. So in that way, since the data is published centrally, all subscribed components can receive the data. All right, so that's the theory. But why don't we go to Android Studio and work with the Event Bus Library in practice? So here I've created a new project in Android Studio for this video. And the name of the project is Event Bus. So the action we will do in this project will be to send data from the activity to the fragment. Now, I'm sure you remember in the beginning of this training series, we covered topics such as sending data from activity to fragment, sending data from fragment to fragment. But in this lesson, we're gonna do the same thing, but we're gonna use the event bus library. Then you'll be able to compare both methods. You'll also see how easy the event bus library makes this process. Now, in this project, I've added an edit text under linear layout, and this is how we'll make a data entry. I've added one button below the edit text to send the data, and I've added the frame layout that will contain one fragment. Now, as you can see here, I also gave IDs to the components, and I define the components in the main activity Java file, and in the onCreate method, I've matched the components with their IDs. Then I wrote the code to add the fragment to the main activity. Now, I've explained the part of adding fragments to activities in the fragments section. If you don't quite remember, there's something you don't understand, you can go back and watch those fragment videos. Here I've also added a click listener to the button. I've taken the data entered by the user and assigned it to the string container. And these processes are the main issues that you already know. So let's have a look and see what we did on the fragment side. Created one fragment, and I wrote a fragment in TextView to understand that this is a fragment. I've also added one more text view to print the data that we send from the activity. Now, have a look here. I've made the height of the linear layout wrap content so that the fragment doesn't cover the whole page. And if we look at the fragment's Java page, I've created a view object in the onCreateView method, and I have mapped the fragment's layout with this view object. And I return the view object. Then I define the text view and mapped it to its ID using the view object. And this, of course, too, is standard fragment process. So now let's have a look and let's send the data together using the event bus library. Of course, we must first add the event bus library into the project. So I'll open a Gradle module app file. I'll paste the code of the event bus library here. And the latest version of event bus library is 3.1.1. I'll press the Sync Now button. And there you go. Library's been added. I'll close the Gradle page. Now, after all that, we've got to create a model class. Now, when describing the event bus library, I told you that only Java objects could be transferred. So, because of that, I'll create a new Java class under the project package. I'll call the class Messages because we're essentially sending messages that the user has entered. Of course, you can give it a different name if you want to, but you know me, I like to keep it clear and simple. Click OK, and the class was created. So this class will be the standard Java model class. And I'll create a public final string, and I'll give the string, we'll call it MES, mess, short for message. Then I've got to build the class's constructor. The constructor was automatically created when I click here. Now, if you want to, you can create the setter and a getter for this class. But even if you don't, it'll still work. And now our model class is ready. So for the second step, we've got to create our subscribers. Now, I said earlier that there are publishers and subscribers in EventBus. So here is the publisher, and that's the main activity. And the subscriber is the fragment. And we'll define it that way. So here I'll create a new method for this process. And I create the public void onMessages method. So this method will have a parameter type of messages model class. Of course, we should annotate this method. Now, we've done this annotation process before. I just write @subscribe here and typing the @ subscribe method of the event bus library appears. So that means we are doing the subscription in the event bus library. Now here we also have to set the thread method. Event bus library works with the main thread. So for that, I'll just write thread mode equals thread mode.main. Okay, so now our method is subscribed to event bus in the main thread. So we define the action to be taken in the method, and our process will be to print the data that will come through this method to TextView in the fragment. So we name TextView coming message. After typing coming message dot set text here, I'll just add a quotation mark and convert it to string. Then I'll write messages.mess, and that's how the incoming message will be printed. All right, so that's the first action. Now I also need to subscribe the entire fragment to the event bus. I can do this in the lifecycle methods of fragment. For example, after the method is created in the onStart method, I can subscribe and remove the fragment from the subscription in the onStop method. That way the fragment will receive messages when it's open and it won't when it's closed. So I'll first call the onStart method for this process. So how do we subscribe? Well, I'll write eventBus.getDefault.register this, and that way this fragment subscribes to broadcasts. Now by doing this, we have also subscribed to all the broadcasts that will come from the event bus. We have defined the action to be taken for one of the publications received in the onMessages method above. So it could have been more than one. If there were different procedures for each publication, we could choose to define them with different methods, but we right now are subscribing the fragment just once. Okay, great. So now when the fragment is closed, let's unsubscribe. If we don't unsubscribe, the data allocated to the application will decrease as the main thread receives more data. So that way the application slows down. There's no need for data acquisition when the fragment is already closed. So for this reason, I'll call the onStop method. Now I will unsubscribe before the super.onStop method because I want to unsubscribe before the fragment is closed. So I'll write eventBus.getDefault.unregister this. And that way when the fragment is closed, it will be unsubscribed. All right, so that's that. Now let's have a look at the process of publishing the message. Now I can post the message in the click listener method of the button. So I'll write eventBus.getDefault.post. The post method will publish the message. Of course, since I will publish the message as a Java object, I'll just add the data after writing new messages in parentheses. And our data is user message. So that's how you also define the publishing process. So when I start the broadcasting process, this broadcast will be open to all components. So in other words, other fragments or other components other than our fragment here can also receive this published data. The advantage of Event Bus comes into play here. So we publish the data publicly, not separately. That way, all subscribers can receive all published data. So why don't we go ahead and run the application and see how it works? And yeah, the application opens. I'm just writing in a hello message here. And when I click the send data method, the message was sent to the fragment and it gets printed in text view. Cool. So that's the event bus library and how to use it. Now, we've also reached the end of this particular training series. So I wish you the greatest of success. However, I do want to see you in another training series. There's certainly a lot more to learn. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we're going to make a new application. This time, the name of our application is Flag Quiz. So in this application, we're going to use the SQLite database. And with this application, you will be able to develop your knowledge about SQLite database and also learn how to use an external database. All right, so let's have a look at the finished version of our application so you know what I've got in mind and where I'm leading you. So first, there will be a login activity that greets the user. And by clicking the button here, it will open the quiz activity. And there are 3 text views on this page. Now, the text view components will keep the number of correct answers as well as wrong answers and the number of questions. So here there's one image view component. So flags will be included in this component. And then finally, there will be 4 options. And if the correct option is checked, the background color will be green. And if you choose the wrong option, the background color will turn red. So the background color of the correct option will also be green. And then you can click on the next button at the bottom and the next question will appear. So a new activity will not open for the consequential or other questions. The data of the components included here will change. So in total, there will be, let's say, 10 quizzes. There will be 20 flags in our database. So yeah, that was sort of a general and pretty quick overview. But hope you understand the result because it's opened here. So on this page, that's where we'll write the total number of correct, total number of wrong, what the success rate is. Also, the user will be able to play again or just exit the game using these buttons here. All right, so that's just some quick information just to give you a little idea. Why don't we go ahead, finish up this lesson, and we'll start designing our app in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in this lesson, we will design the Flag Quiz application. So after finishing the design of our application, we will write the Java code. So I'm going to open Android Studio. And first, we're going to design our, well, you know what? It's the very first page. So I'll add a text view to the design area. And I'm changing the ID of the text view component. And I'll write, welcome to Flag Quiz Game in the text of the text view. And you know what? Let's make this size 36. I'll turn the color black. Make the text alignment property center. So now I can add a button. And I'll change its ID. I'll make the width 350. I'll change the background color. And I'll write Start Quiz in this text. I'll just turn the size 36, and I'll make the color white. Now I'll center both components horizontally. I'll define automatic constraint values. Now I can finally change the background color of constraint layout. Okay, so let's define the components that we've created in the Java class. So I've identified the components. Now I can match the components with their IDs. Now I'll add the Click Listener feature to the button. And when the button is pressed, the quiz activity will open. And that's how we have created the first quiz activity. All right, so now we can write the necessary code. So I just write the transition code to the quiz activity using the intent method. And there you go. That's pretty much the design of this first page. So now let's go ahead and design the quiz activity. So I'll add a text view to the design area. And I'll change its ID to text view correct. And I'll change the constraint values. And I'm changing the text. I'll make the size 20. And also make the color white. I'll make the text style property bold. So now I'll copy and paste this text view document. I'll change its ID to text view wrong. And I am changing the constraint values. So I'll copy and paste them one more time. I'll change its ID to text view empty. And I'm changing the value of constraint. So I'll center it horizontally. And I'll add one more text view. And now I'll change its ID to text view question. And I'll change its text. I'll make the size 24. I'll change the color. And I'll make the text style property bold. And I'll change the constraint values. And now I will add one image view. But first, I need to copy the flags to the drawable folder. And now I'll add an image view. I'll choose a flag. And I'm changing its ID to image view flag. And now I'll change the size. So I'll change the scale type property to fit XY. And I'm changing the values for constraint. Now I can add one vertical linear layout. Change the width and the height of linear layout to wrap content. I'll add one button inside the linear layout. And I'll change its ID to button A. I'll make the width 300. I'll change the background color. And I'll make the size 24. Make the color white. And I'll change the text alignment property to center. So now all I have to do is copy this button and paste it 3 times. And I'll do this in the XML section. So now I'll just change the IDs of the buttons. So I'll select all the buttons and set the margin feature to 5. I'll change the constraint values of linear layout. Cool. So let's move on to the next question. So I will add one next button. For this, I'll select an image from the vector asset file. And now I'll add image view to the design field and select the picture I just created. I'll center it horizontally. Now I can change the background color of the constraint layout. And yeah, it looks pretty good, huh? Okay, so let's take a break. And then in the next lesson, we can define the components in Java class and create the result activity. All right, so we'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we designed the home page as well as the game page. So in this lesson, we will describe the components on the game page in the Java class. So we'll also design the results page. So let's open up Android Studio. And first up, I will define the text view components. And now I'll define the image view component. And finally, I'll define the buttons. So now I'm going to pair these components with their IDs. Now I add the on-click feature to the buttons. And there is our game page. Yeah, that looks right. So now let's design the result activity. So I'm creating a new activity for this one. And the name of the activity will be result activity. Result activity is here. So what we can do is add a text view to the design area. I'm changing its ID to text view total correct. And in the text section, I can write total correct answer. I'll make the size 30. Make the color green. And I'll make the text style property bold. I'll copy this text view component and paste it 3 times. And then I can just change the ID of the second text view component. So now in the text section, I write total wrong answer. I'll change the color. So now I'm changing the ID of the third text view component. And in the text section, I'll write total empty answer. Change the color. And I'll just change the ID of the fourth text view component. So in the text section, I'll write success rate. And change the color. Okay, so now I'll select all text view components and change the constraint values. Now I'll add a button. And I'll change the ID of the button to button again. I'll make the width 350. Change the background color. In the text section, I'll write play again. And I'll make the size 36. Make the color white. And I'll copy and paste this button. I'm only going to change the ID and text. And then I can select both buttons and change the constraint value. I'll also change the background color of constraint layout. So I think, my friends, our design is happening. Well, I mean, it's finished and you know the components. So now why don't we define these components in Java class? So I first like to define the text view component. And now I can define the buttons. So now I'm going to pair the components with their IDs. And then finally, I'll add the on-click feature to the buttons. And that finishes the design of the application. We've also defined all the components in Java class. So now we can go ahead and write the necessary code. So in the next lesson, we're going to write the necessary code. All right, so I'll see you there. Hello, friends. In our previous lesson, we finished the design of the application. So in this lesson, we will create the database. All right, so first of all, I've got to state that we will not save any data to the database in this application. We're not going to delete any data from the database either. We're going to create a database and then pull data from that database that we create. Now, in our later applications, we will add, update, as well as delete data in the database. But first, we have to learn how to create an external database for Android applications. All right? So let's go ahead and use the database browser for SQLite. And it's a program that you can download the database browser application from this link. And we can create the database ourselves. Or we can include previously created databases in our application as well. So for this, I'll open the database browser application. You can create a new database from the tab here, or you can open a previously created database from the tab here. Okay, so we will create a new database. We'll select the file where the database we will create will be saved. All right, so now we need to determine the properties of the table that we will create within this database. So I'll write flag quiz game in the name of the table. And just by pressing the add button, I'll define the columns of the table and the properties of these columns. Now our database will consist of 3 columns. The name of the first column will be flag ID and its type will be integer. The name of the second column will be flag name and put its type to be text. And then the name of the third column will be flag image and its type will be text. All right, so we have now created our database and table. Now we have to add the data to our database. Now, an important point to note here is that the names of the flags we added to the drawable folder and the flag names in the flag image column in the database, they've got to be the same. Otherwise, we won't be able to pull flags out of the database. Yeah? Okay. So I'll add the first flag. And I'll add the second flag. And by doing it this way, I will add 20 flags. So all of the flags are added. I'll save the changes that I've made. All right, so that's our database. And in our next lesson, we're going to add the database into our application. All right, so I'll see you on the other side. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we created our database. So in this lesson, we will add the database to our application. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio for this. So first, we'll need to create a folder where we're going to add our database to. So in order to do this, I'll just hover over the app folder and right-click. And I'll select New Folder, Assets folder as my option. Press the OK button. And the asset folder has now been created. So now I will copy the database to the asset folder. And sure enough, we've added our database to our application. So when working with external databases, there is a Java class that we need to use. The name of this class is Database Copy Helper. So thanks to this class, our database and application will work in an integrated manner. So let's add this class to our application. The Database Copy Helper class is derived from the SQLite Open Helper class. So it's all because of this class the necessary queries can be made easily in databases. So the database name in the Database Copy Helper class must match the database name that we created. Cool. So it's in this file. We will only change the name of the database. All right, good. So this class is a standard class. It includes methods such as where to save the database in the application, opening the database, creating the database if it doesn't exist already or if it's deleted. So I want to share this class on GitHub. So let's create the model class of our database. And I'll call the model class flags model. I will create 3 variables in this class. Cool. So the variables that I'm going to create in this class will be the same as the column names in the database. All right, so now I just create the constructors. And for this, I right-click. I'll choose Generate for my option. And first, I'll create the empty constructor. And then the full constructor. And finally, I'll create the getter and setter methods. And sure enough, my friends, there you have it. So we'll take a short break here, and in our next lesson, we're going to continue to create the necessary classes. All right, I'll see you then. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we added the database to our application, and we talked about the Database Copy Helper class. So in this lesson, we're going to create the database class. So we'll open up Android Studio, and I'll create a new class. And I'll call this class Flags Database. So this class is going to be derived from the SQLite Open Helper class. And we have to implement a few methods in this class. So here we will add the onCreate and onUpgrade methods. And finally, we'll need to add a constructor. So here I'll just delete data other than context, because we will create that for ourselves. We will write the name of our database in the name section. We will write null in the factory section. And we're going to write 1 in the version section. However, the extension of the database must be the same as the extension of the database in the asset folder. So I'll write .db. Likewise, I'm making this arrangement in the database copy helper class. Remember, because otherwise we wouldn't be able to pull data from the database. All right, so now I'm going to add a table to the database within the onCreate method. I use the db object here for that. And I'll just write db.exec.sql. And I'll need to write the SQL codes required to create a table in parentheses. So I need to write these codes in string type. I open the database for this, and I'll copy the necessary code from the database. And I select the table that we created and select the Modify Table option. Now I can copy the code contained here. I'll paste it in parentheses. And finally, I'll write if not exists right here. Thus, if the table is not created for any reason, it will be created thanks to this code. All right, so now let's write the necessary code in the onUpgrade method. So here I'm also using the SQL query drop table if exists. And then finally, I update the database using the onCreate method. And there you have it, my friends. So we'll take a break here, and in our next lesson, we'll write the code to access the database and then pull that data in. Cool. See you next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we created the database class. So in this lesson, we will create a class to access and get data from the database. So we'll open up Android Studio for this. Now, first up, I will create a new class, and I'll call this class Flags DAO. Now, I have to pull data from the database in 2 different ways. So firstly, I need to get the 10 questions from the database. Okay, so secondly, well, except for the correct answer, I have to get 3 wrong answers from the database. And we'll also keep the data that I pull from the database in an array list. So here I will write a method that returns array list. And is the type model class. So also, this method will take an object from the database class. I create the required method, and now I am creating an array list that will hold the questions. And then next I can create an object from the SQLite database class to query. And here I'm just writing the f-d.get writable database method using the object of the database class that I created above. Now I create an object from the class cursor to read the data line by line. And I'm writing the lightDatabase.rawQuery method using the object that I created from the SQLite database class. So now I need to write two parameters in parentheses. First, I'll write the necessary SQLite query statements. So with this statement, I'll be able to get all the data from the database, but I do want some random, in fact, I want random 10 data. So therefore, I will add the following statements to the SQLite query. And now I will set the second parameter to be null. So now I'm going to read line by line thanks to the cursor object. Therefore, I will create three variables of the type integer. I will pass the column information to these variables. And now I'll create a while loop. So I write the cursor point move to next as my method in parentheses. And it's all thanks to this method that the cursor object will start from the first data cell in the database and will read until the last cell of the database. Great, so now let's transfer the read data to an object that we will create from our model class. So this statement that we wrote here is a standard statement for pulling data. And finally, we'll transfer the captured data to our array. And sure enough, my friends, that is the necessary code to get 10 questions from the database. Very cool. Let's take a break here, and in the next lesson, we'll write code to get the wrong answers. All right, see you next lesson. Hello, friends. So, in our previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code to get 10 questions from the database. So, in this lesson, we will get 3 wrong options from the database. So, let's open up Android Studio. So, to get the wrong options from the database, we're going to use a similar SQL query here. So, what I'll do is I'll copy and paste this method and I'm changing the name of the method. And this method, unlike the above method, I'm going to write an integer type flag ID in parentheses. So this flag ID will belong to the correct answer. So when querying from the database, we will get 3 options apart from flag ID here. Otherwise, the correct answer can be printed twice in the options. So I'm changing my SQL query like this. Now here I'm restricting the query using the where structure. So I'm writing 3 instead of 10. And this way, except for the correct answer, I will get 3 wrong answers from the database. If you want to, we can do these queries in the database browser to make the subject even more understandable. So for that, all I have to do is open up the database browser. And I'll open the SQL Queries tab here. So first, let's just randomly pull out 10 questions from the database. And yeah, there are 10 different questions. If this query is run again, different 10 questions will combine. And now let's write our query for the wrong answer. And here, 3 different answers will be retrieved whose ID is not 5. So let's run this query again. And there you go. You see, that's how we always get different answers whose ID is not 5. All right, so there's a different spin, but I think that queries are now a little bit more understandable. So why don't we take a break here and we'll continue where we left off in the next lesson. All right, so I'll see you on the other side. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we created necessary queries so that we can get data from the database. Now we will reflect that data that we captured into our application. So why don't we just open up Android Studio? All right, so first up, I'll need to copy the database as soon as the application is open. So to do that, we will use the database copy helper class. And I'll just create a method in the main activity. I'll call the method copy database. So I have to copy the database within the try and catch structure. Otherwise, we will get an error. Android Studio always forces users to use the try and catch structure in database operations because when working with databases, errors can be encountered, right? So in that case, we'll use the try and catch structure, and that way the application won't crash. All right, so I'll create an object from the database copy helper class. I create the database using the helper object that I've created. And if the database has been created, I open the database, and then I can write this method in the onCreate method. And then as soon as my application runs, the database will be copied. So the database will be ready to receive data. So now we can open up the quiz activity. Questions ought to be loaded as soon as the quiz activity is open. All right, so now we've got access to the getRandom10question method, which I created in the flags DAO class within this onCreate method. So to do this, I need to create an object from the database class. Also, I have to import the questions from the database into an array. So now I will write the necessary code in the onCreate method. And then as soon as the quiz activity is open, we're going to take 10 questions from the database and then transfer the questions that we receive into an array. So let's just take a short break here, why don't we? And then we'll continue where we left off in the next lesson. Cool, so I'll see you then. Hello, friends. So in the previous video, we learned how to get our questions from the database. So in this lesson, we're going to print the questions that we receive. So we'll go to Android Studio. And here I will create 3 variables of the type integer so that we can print the number of the correct, the empty, the wrong, and the questions. So I will pass the value 0 to the initial values of these variables. Okay, so now I've got to create a method to show the questions in the component. So I create a method called loadQuestion. And I'll call this method in the onCreate method. And now I will write the necessary code in the method. First of all, I'll need to write the number of questions into the TextViewQuestion component. And now I have to transfer the questions that I get from the database to a variable, respectively. So I'll create an object from my model class above. And now I will upload the questions that I get from the database to this variable, respectively. So when the load question method first runs, the value of the question variable is 0. The first element of the array questions list will be transferred to the correct flag variable. And then every time this method is called, that is, when a new question is loaded, then a new flag will be loaded in the correct flag variable, since the value of the question variable will increase. Excellent. So now we're going to load the flags that we receive from the database to the image view flag component. Now here we have to create a dynamic structure. So for that, I will use the set image resource as my method, and I've got to write 3 parameters here. First parameter will be the name of the flag that I load. And for this, I will use the correct flag object. So at this point, the flag names in the database will be compared to the flag names in the drawable folder, okay? So if the flag names are different, no pictures will be uploaded. So for this reason, the flag names registered in the database must be the same as the flag names in the drawable folder. Right, so I just wanted to point that out. Now, the second parameter, I will write the name of the drawable folder. Third parameter, I will write the package name of the application. And thus the first flag was loaded on the image view flag component. So now we need to get the 3 wrong options from the database. Now here I have to create an array. So now I will import 3 of these data into the wrong options list array. And I'll need to write 2 parameters in parentheses. The first parameter, I'll write the object that I created from the database class. Second parameter, I'll write the ID of the correct answer. So I will get 3 wrong answers from the database, apart from the correct answer. All right, so that looks like that is it. So we've gotten our questions and our wrong answer options from the database. So now we can create the options. So we'll take a short break here, and that way we'll continue the next lesson where we're going to create these options, all right? I'll see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we uploaded the flags that we got from the database into the component. We also got 3 wrong answer options from the database. So in this lesson, we will print the right and the wrong answers in the options. So why don't we just go ahead and open Android Studio Pronto. All right, so first of all, in every question, the right and the wrong answer options need to be replaced. All right, so I'm going to do this using the hash set, because hash set keeps data randomly, not regularly. So here we're going to use the feature hash set. And for that reason, I will create the hash set above. Now, made a mistake when printing the number of questions on the screen. We have to write question plus 1 here, okay? I can just fix that easily. And now I just wanted to show you how to do that. So now we can create the hash set series. And the hash set has occurred. Cool. So first of all, I'm going to clear the mix options array. Now I can add the right and the wrong answer options to the mix options array. However, we won't be able to print the data in the hash set by index number. It's just a feature of the hash set array. So for this reason, we will create another array list. We will transfer the data in the hash set to the array list. So here we will clear the options array. And now I'll just create a for loop. And the options were transferred to the options array in a mixed form. So I'm printing my data to the text of the options. And thus the right and the wrong answers were printed into the text of the options. Cool. So now let's add an on-click feature. And this goes to the image view next component. So when the next button is pressed, I will increase the value of the question variable by 1. I'll also call the load question method here. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's take a step back for a second and we'll run and then test our application. Just so that we can make sure that everything is working the way that we want it to. And yes, my friends, the flag and the options are loaded beautifully without any problems. What if I press the next button and the new flag and the new options have also been loaded quite beautifully, if I might say so myself? However, have you noticed there is a problem printing the number of questions? You know what the fix is? Well, we'll do it right now. If we put the statement here in parentheses, the problem gets solved. You see why? And there you go. The application works. Jim Dandy, fine. So, all right, so we're going to take another short break, and we will code everything that will occur when the options are pressed in our next lesson. All right? So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we got the data from the database and printed it on the components. So in this lesson, when we press options, we will change the numbers of true or false. And we're also going to change the background colors of the buttons. So why don't we go ahead, open Android Studio and get started. So when the buttons are pressed, I'll create a method that checks to see whether the button pressed is the right or the wrong answer. So I'll call this method answer control method. And in addition, so this method is going to take an object from the button class. So when the button is pressed, I transfer the text of the button, that is the country name, to a variable of this string type. I transfer the text of the correct answer to a variable of this string type. Now, using the if-else structure, we'll check to see if the selected button is correct. And if the answer is correct, I increase the value of the correct variable by 1. And I'll make the button's background color green. But if the answer is wrong, I increase the value of the wrong variable by 1. And I make the background color of the button red. And also I'll make the background color of the correct answer option green. All right, so I'll create another if structure. If the correct answer is button A, I change the background color. I also create this method for the other buttons. So now I'll set the click property of all the buttons to false to prevent the user from choosing another option. Then finally, I'll write the value of the true and false variables to the text view correct and the text view wrong components. So now I call the answer control method in the button click method. But when the user goes to the next question, the click feature of the buttons must be true. Now I also need to convert the background colors back to the initial color. So for this, I will write the necessary code in the click method of the image view next component. So now let's run and test our application. The flag and the options are loaded beautifully. Now I'll choose the right option. And as you can see, the background color of the button turns green. The correct number also increases by 1. And I'll press another option. There's no change, right? Because the click feature of the buttons became false. So we'll move on to the next question. Background colors of the buttons changes back to the initial color. Let me choose the wrong option. Background color of the wrong option has become red, and the background color of the right option turns green. All right, so that's working pretty well. We'll take a short break here, and I want to ask you a question to think about. What will happen if the user does not choose any option? Haha! So for that, we're going to write some code in the next lesson. All right, so see you in the next video. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we wrote the necessary methods for the correct and the incorrect answers, right? So in this lesson, if the user doesn't answer the question, we're going to write some code that will, well, answer your question. So let's go into Android Studio. So first, we are going to need to check to see if the user chooses any options, right? So I'll create a Boolean variable for this. I'll set the first value of this variable to be false. So now in the answer control method, I'll set the value of the button control variable to be true. And now I will create an if-else structure inside the click method of the image view next component. So if the value of the button control variable is false, that is, if no option has been selected by the user, and the number of questions is fewer than 10, that is, if the user hasn't reached the last question yet. I'll increase the value of the variable empty by 1. So I'll also write the value empty to the text view empty component. Also, I'll write the load question method to load the questions. So if the value of the button control variable is true, that is, if the user selected an option, and the number of questions is less than 10, I'll write the codes that I wrote before here. If the user reaches the last question, that is, the value of the variable question is 10, I open the result activity with the help of intent. With the put extra method, I will send the number of true, false, and empty to the result activity. And then here I can finally set the value of the button control variable to be false. Okay, so let's run this and test it out. Application opens. So I'll answer the first question correctly. Background color changes to green. The correct number also increases by 1. Now I'll move on to the next question. I'll answer this question incorrectly. Number of wrong increases by 1. Background color is red. So I can move on to the next question. Now, I'm not going to answer this question. I'll try and move on to the next question. And as you can see, the number of empty has also increased. Now I'll answer the questions quickly. And then for the last question, the value of the variable question is 9. So pressing the next button once again, the value of the question variable will be 10, and the result activity will be opened. So there you go, my friends. The application works pretty smoothly. So that means in the next lesson, we're going to take these numbers of the true and the false and the empty in the result activity and then print them on the screen. Okay? So I'll see you in the next video. Hello, my friends. So, of course, our previous video, we sent the correct, empty, and the wrong numbers to the result activity. So in this lesson, we're going to receive that data that we send in the result activity. So we will also print this data to the screen. And then finally, we're going to write the necessary code to terminate the game or open up a new game. So we'll go to Android Studio for all this. I'll open the result activity. I'll just create 3 variables of the type integer. Now, using the getIntent method, I'll transfer the data that I got from the quiz activity to the variables that I just created. And now I will print the correct number on the text view total correct component. I will print the wrong number on the text view total wrong component. I will print the number of empties on the text view total empty component. And then finally, I'll print the percentage of success on the text view success component. All right, so now if the user wants to play again, I'll just turn on the activity main with the help of intent. And then I can now write the finish method. So if the user wants to quit the game, I've got to write the code to terminate the application. To close the application, we had written a block of code in previous applications. This time we're going to write a different block of code, I think. Yes, yes, we will write a different block of code. This time we're going to write, you can just choose whatever block of code that you want to use. I created the required code block with the help of intent. Okay, so before running our application, we will need to remove the quiz activity from the backstack. All right, so let's test the application. Okay, so it works. I'll answer the questions quickly. And there's a number of correct, false, and empty is printed on the result screen. Now let me just press the play again button, and the main activity opens. All right, again, I'll just rush through the questions quickly. And now I'll press the quit game button. And just like that, the application closes. All right, so, hey, that finishes our application. But I'll tell you, even though it was a whole lot of fun, you learned quite a lot. And it's because of all this information that you gleaned from this application. You can use a ready-made database or even create a whole database yourself and then add it into your application. So we use 20 flags in this application. You can include the flags of all countries. You can create different categories. But whatever you choose to do, this is the end of the lesson. And I want you to continue developing it just to develop your skills. For now, I'm going to sign off, but I am going to see you in the next project. Hello, my friends. So here's a new application, right? So in this lesson, we're going to make a music player application. And then while making this application, we're going to use the media player class. Also, you're going to be able to understand all the details about how to access any file on our device. All right, so we'll have a look at the finished version of the application, and you'll get a better idea of where we're going. So first up, we're going to need to ask the user for permission to access file on the device. So our application will consist of two activities. In the first activity, we will list all of the audio files on our device. Then by clicking on any audio file, the second activity will open and the audio file will start playing. And the name of the audio file will move from right to left. And we'll be able to increase and decrease the volume of the music with the audio file, whatever it'll be, with the seek bar located here. And then with the play pause button, we'll be able to pause and play the music. We'll also be able to fast forward or rewind the audio file with the seek bar. And then below the seek bar will be the total length of the audio file and the instant progress of time. We'll also be able to play the previous or the next audio file with the next and previous buttons. Also, when the audio file changes, the animation is going to refresh as well. Then finally, if the audio file ends, the next audio file will be played automatically. Also, if we press the next button while the last audio file is playing, or if the last audio file ends by itself, the first audio file will continue to play. And if we press the previous button while playing the first audio file, the last audio file will be played. You know how it works. So that's cool, my friends. That's what it's going to look like. That's what we're going to do. So we'll take a short break here and begin designing our application in the next lesson. So see you then. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, gave a brief outline about what our application is going to do. So in this lesson, we're going to start designing our application. So in the first activity, there's going to be two. In the first activity, there will be a recycler view. So we're going to show the audio files in recycler view. So you know what? Let's just go ahead and open up Android Studio and start designing. So I'm going to add recycler view and card view. So these two components to my project. I want to find the recycler view component from the palette and click the download button to the right. So I'll add the recycler view component to my project by clicking the OK button in this window here that opens. So now I want to find the card view component from the palette and click the download button on the right and click OK. All right, my friends, those are the necessary components in the project. So now I've got to create a design for the recycler view. So what I'll do is I'll hover over the layout folder in the resource folder right over here on the left and right click. So I'll choose the new layout resource file option and I'll write in the name that I'm going to give the design in this file name section. You can, of course, name it anything you want. And finally, I'll create the design just by clicking the OK button. So now I'll add a card view component to the design area. And the constraint values, I'll make the width match parent and set its height to be 50. Now I'll add a horizontal linear layout into the card view component. Also add an image view component into the linear layout component. I'll make the width and height of the image view component 20. And here I'll add the note image that I downloaded from the vector asset folder from before. And I'll make the layout gravity property center vertical. All right, so that makes it, of course, vertically centered. All right, so now I'll do a 10 dp margin start. All right, so therefore the design of the image view component looks finished. Now I want to add a text view component, so I'll set the width and height to wrap content. And I'll determine its ID. And I'll make the layout gravity property center vertical. I'll write something into the text property just by default. So I'm making the text size 14. And I am making the text color property black. Make the margin start 20. And then finally, I can set the max line property to 1. So even if the name of the audio file is long, it's never going to go to the second line, ever. All right? So also, I'll define the ellipsize feature as the end. So thanks to this feature, if the name of the sound file does not fit on the first line, it's going to put 3 dots at the end, right? An ellipses, as we say. So, my friends, the first activity design is now finished. Now, I do want to create a new design file in the drawable folder. In order to separate the names of the sound files, and it's going to create a much sleeker looking design. So I'll hover over the drawable folder in the resource folder on the left and right click and choose the new drawable folder resource file option. And I'll write the name that I'm going to give to the design in the file name section. Of course, you can name it what you want. And I'll write shape in the root element section. Then finally, I can create the design file just by clicking OK. Now, inside the stroke tag, I'll make the width property 1 dp. You can also change the color of the frame using the color property if you want. Also, using the corners feature, you can curl the corners. Or you can change the fill color using the solid property. For me, for now, just going to use the stroke attribute. All right, so now I'm going to add the design that we made to the background of the linear layout component. And there you go. I have now finished the design of the card view component. And now I can add a linear layout component to the design file of the main activity. So I'm going to make its width match parent. And make its height 200. Determine its ID. And so I'll add the design that I created in the drawable folder to the background property. And finally, I can change the constraint values. And now I'll just add an image view into the linear layout. So I'm choosing an image from the drawable folder. And we can scale it to fit center. And I'll change the padding value to 20. Now I can add a recycler view component to the design area. and determine its ID. And I'll make its width match parent, make its height 0, and now I can change the constraint values. Now I'll also add a card design to the list item feature. And that way I can test what the design looks like so far. All right, my friends, the design of the application is finished, so we can define the recycler view component in the main activity. Now I'll match it to its ID. And finally, I will determine how the design will look just by using the Set Layout Manager method. So it's thanks to this method that all the audio files will be sorted one by one. And if we use the staggered Grid Layout Manager method instead of the Linear Layout Manager, we can make the design appear in this grid structure. All right, cool. So let's create our second activity. I'm changing the name of the new activity. I'll create my activity by clicking the Finish button. All right, so there's the second activity. So we'll take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to design the second activity. All right, my friends, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the design of the main activity. So in this lesson, we will design the second activity, the musical activity, right? So here there will be 2 seek bars in this music activity. So thanks to the first seek bar, we will be able to decrease and increase the volume of whatever the audio file is. And the second seek bar will control and give us the ability to forward or rewind the. In addition to that, under the seek bar, there will be text view components that show the length and instant progress of the audio file. And in addition, thanks to the next previous play and pause buttons, we'll be able to play the audio file and open the next or previous audio file. And of course, there will be a text view component with the name of the audio file. Now, since the number of components in this particular activity is high, we can use a linear layout instead of the constraint layout. Now, of course, you can always use a constraint layout if you want to, but a linear layout will make our job a little easier. So also we're going to get some images that we use in this activity from the vector asset folder. Now, I have downloaded these images before, just so that I don't have to make you sit there and watch me download stuff. So why don't we just go ahead and, if you don't have it, of course, just download it from the vector asset folder. But let's go ahead and get started in Android Studio so we can make this design happen. So first up, I do want to make a correction. I have to wrap content right here at the height of the constraint layout component in the main activity. So yeah, if I didn't make that fix, only one audio file will be displayed on the screen. All right, so now we can start designing the music activity. So I'll just type linear layout instead of constraint layout here. Make the orientation vertical. Now I'll create a new linear layout. And just like I said earlier, there will be a volume seek bar in this layout. I'll make the width match parent and the height wrap content. Now also, I'll make the orientation horizontal. Going to make the margin top value 10. Now I can add an image view, and I'll make that 30 width and height. I'll select the volume down picture from the drawable folder. I'll also make the margin start value 5. Now I can add a seek bar. So I'll make this 300 for the width, and the height will wrap content. I'll set the max value to 100. Also make the progress value 50. I'll make the layout gravity value center. Also making the layout weight feature 1. And now I can determine its ID. So now I'll just add one more picture, one more image view. So for this, I'll just copy and paste the first image view component. And I'm just changing the image of the image view component. So now I'll add a text view. Now the name of the audio file will be written in the text view component. So I'll just make the width and height wrap content. And I'll write something into the text property for a default value. I'll set the value of the max align to 1. And I'll make the text size 20. Also make the text color black. And I'm going to make the margin top value 20. And make the layout gravity center. And then finally, I can determine its ID. Now I'll add an image view. Width and height 200. I'll choose an image from the drawable folder. Layout gravity center. And the top margin value will be 50. And I can make the padding value 30. and I'll add a seek bar. So for this, I can just copy and paste the seek bar above. I'll change its ID and width. And I'll delete the max, progress, and layout weight values. And I'll make the margin top value to be 70. And make the margin start and margin end value to be 10. And now I'll add a linear layout. So this layout will show the length and the current state of the audio file. And I'll make the width match parent and the height wrap content. I'll make the orientation value horizontal. I'll also make the margin top value 10. And now I can add a text view, making the width and the height wrap content. And I'll write something into the text property by default. I'll make the text size 16. I'll also make the text color black. And make the margin start feature 25. And then we can determine its ID. Now for the second text view, I'll just copy and paste this. All right, so here I can change the ID and margin start value. Add a linear layout. Our buttons will also be right here in this layout. So I'll make the width match parent and the height wrap content. And I will make the orientation horizontal. I'll make the margin top value 5. Also change the gravity value to center, and I will create a button. All right, so I'll make the width and the height 60. And I can choose an image from the drawable folder. And then determine its ID. So I'll copy and paste this button twice. And I'll change the ID and picture of the second button. Also, I'll make the width and height 90. And finally, I can make the margin start and margin end value 15. I can change the ID and picture of the third button. All right, my friends, the design of the second activity is finished. So now let's define the components that we created. First of all, I'll define the buttons. So I can define the text view components. And I can define the seek bar components. Now let's match the components to their IDs. All right, so that finishes the design of the second activity. All right, my friends, we'll take a short break here. So in the next lesson, we're going to ask the user for permission to access files on their device. All right, I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we finished the design of the application. So that means in this lesson, we're going to ask the user for permission to access files on their device. So here I do want to state that while it is usually sufficient to specify some permissions only in the manifest file, for some permissions, some coding is required in the Java class. For example, while it's usually sufficient to get the necessary permission in the manifest file for internet access permission, well, it's also necessary to make some code in the Java class for permissions, such as accessing the media folder using the GPS and accessing the camera. So you can learn a whole lot more about permissions from the link here. But for now, that's sufficient. So why don't we get into Android Studio and request these permissions? So first up, we're going to need to define the permission that we will get in and from the manifest file. So I'll just write uses permission in the manifest file. And since we will be accessing the files on the device, we will ask for the read external storage permission. And now we can write some code in our main activity. So since we're going to ask the user for permission as soon as the application opens, we will write the necessary code in the onCreate method. So here we're going to use an if-else statement. By writing the context combat.check self-permission method in parentheses, we'll be able to check whether it's been previously allowed or not. So we can write two parameters in parentheses. First parameter will be context, that is main activity.this. And as a second parameter, we will write which permission we will request, right? So I'll write in manifest.permission.read external storage. And outside of the parentheses, I will write not equal package manager dot permission granted. So we will write what we should do if not previously allowed by the user. So if not allowed by the user, we can ask the user for permission. So for this, I'll write activity combat.request permission. And I will write 3 parameters in parentheses. First parameter, it'll be context, that is main activity.this. Second parameter, it will be an array of the string type, and we will specify the permissions that we want in this array. So I'll create a new array of the string type. All right, manifest dot permission dot read external storage in parentheses. Now, if there were other permissions we would ask from the user, we would have to specify those permissions here as well. That's why we need to create an array here. So as the third parameter, we will need to specify the request code. You can specify any number of integer types as the request code. So using this code, we will check to see if the user has given permission. So I'll write 1 as a request code. And my friends, if the user has not given permission before, we have to write another bit of code. So if the user has previously given permission, we will need to show all the audio files on the device on the screen, right? So I'll create a method for this here. I'll name the method get all audio files. And we'll also create the code for this method in our next lesson. So now we're going to do the necessary coding as soon as the user allows permission. So apart from the onCreate method, I am calling the method onRequestPermissionResult. So inside this method, we will use the if statement. If the request code is 1, and if the length of the grant results array is greater than 1, and if the first element of the grant results array package manager dot permission granted, that is, if it is allowed, I'll have to show all of the audio files on the device on the screen. So that's why I'm calling the get all audio files method here as well. All right, my friends, so that is asking the user for the necessary permission. Now let's test it out. So there our application opens, and now it's asking for permission to access the files. I'll press on the allow button and look at the result. Awesome. So we get the user permissions to access the files. So my friends, we'll take a short break here, and then in the next tutorial, we're going to create the adapter class. Cool. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, we asked the user for permission to access files on the device. So in this lesson, we're going to create the adapter class required for Recycler View. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio and get started by first creating a new class. So I'm going to name the class Music Adapter. All right, and now that we have a Music Adapter class, there are 2 variables that I have to create in the adapter class. So first, it will be an array of the string type because we will keep all of the audio files in this series. The second parameter will be a variable of the type context. So it's thanks to this variable that we'll be able to use activities features. Otherwise, we'll have to do kind of complex, but certainly different code structure for the data transfer between activities. All right. So now I'm going to create the variables. I will create a full constructor of these variables. And now I can create a new class inside the music adapter class. So this class is responsible for defining the card music design that we made in the adapter class. And I'll name the class Music View Holder. And also this class will be derived from the recyclerView.viewHolder class. So Android Studio throws a warning because we have to create a constructor for this class. Now, of course, we know this, so you can just click on the light bulb, which is here on the left, and I'll choose the Create Constructor Matching Super option. And there's the constructor. So now I can define the text view component in the card music design. And I'll define the card view component. And now in the constructor, I will match components to their IDs. So for this, we can use the item view object representing the card view design. So I can just write in item view dot find view by ID. And I can write the ID of the text view component in parentheses. And now I'm just going to match the card view object. So I don't know that we have defined any ID for the card view component. So let's go ahead and open the card view design, and I'll determine the ID of the card view component. And now I can match it appropriately. All right, my friends, that is the creation of the Music View Holder class. Now I can derive the music adapter class from the recyclerView.adapter class. So inside the tags, I'll write musicadapter.musicViewHolder. And Android Studio very judiciously throws a warning because there are methods that we have to implement. So just click on the light bulb, and I'll choose the Implement Methods option. Now, of course, there are 3 methods that we have to implement. I'll press OK, and that implements the methods. So the first method, onCreateViewHolder. In this method, we will add to the card music design that we made. Second method, onBindViewHolder. In this method, we'll do some operations, such as printing the name of the audio file on the screen, and then what happens to the design when it's clicked. So the third method will be the length of the array we created. So I'll create this right now. So in the onCreateViewHolder method, let's add the card music design. First, we'll create an object from the View class and pass the design to this object. So now I'll write Layout Inflator. We can write mContext in parentheses. If we're not going to create an object from the context class, we could always write parent.getContext using the parent object here. The parent object represents the activity that contains the recycler view, that is the main activity. So I'll write .inflate outside the parentheses. I'll write 3 parameters in parentheses. First parameter will be the card music design. The second parameter will be the parent object. And the third parameter will be false. In fact, these operations that we've done are standard operations for the adapter class. All right, so finally we can pass the view object to the music view holder method as a parameter. And that's that, my friends. That is the coding for the adapter class. And then we can write whatever code we need for the onBindViewHolder class after we get the audio files. So we'll take a break right in here, and in the next lesson we can write that code to get that audio file or those audio files on the device. All right, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, previously we created the adapter class. So that means in this lesson we will get the audio files that are on the device. So for this, we'll open up Android Studio. Now, to be able to access audio files on the device, yes, indeed, we definitely need to access the main storage directory. So this, we will use a method just like this. So this is called environment.getExternalStorageDirectory.getPath. And this method will return to us a file path of the string type. So for this reason, I'll create a final static object of string type and pass the file path to this variable. So to make it clearer, why don't we show the string expression that's returned by this method on the logcat screen. So here I'm typing log.e, and I will write 2 parameters of the string type inside the parenthesis. First is the tag. The second is the file path. So now let's test out the application. I'll show you what happens. So I'll open up the logcat window. I'll choose the error option from here. And what do you see? It returned to us a file path, but it's not enough for us because we need folders with audio files. So that's why I'm going to write / at the end of the string statement. So this way I will be able to access the main folder and the folders that are hierarchically underneath of it. Okay, so now we will write the necessary code into the get all audio files method. So first of all, I've got to check to see if the media path object is empty. If media path is not equal to null, I will create an object from the file class. And here I'll write the media path object as the constructor. Now I'll just create an array of the file type. So right here, main file.list files. Now it's all thanks to this method. All these files on the device will be transferred to the file list array, respectively. So now we will create a for loop and transfer each element of the file list array, that is, each file, to an object of the type file. Now, this stage, if you want to, and I think we should, we'll display the file object on the logcat screen. So now I'm running the application. And as you can see, we have accessed all of the subfolders on the device, but we don't know the folder with the audio files yet. So therefore, we will use an if-else statement inside the for loop. I'll write file.isDirectory in parentheses. Now, if the file object is a file directory, I'll create a new method. And then using this method, I'll be able to reach the lowest file in the folder. Now, don't worry, we'll build this method shortly. But if the file object is not a file directory, I'll create a variable of the string type. So I'm using the file.getAbsolutePath method here. All right, so we've got the file path. Now I'm going to create another if statement. All right, path.ends-with in parentheses. So if the path object ends in .mp3, all right, it's a sound file, right? So now I can import this audio file into an array. I'm creating an array above. Now I'm adding the audio file to the array. And now I'll create the scan directory method. So I will create an object of the type called file as a parameter. Now, if the directory is not equal to null, I'll copy and paste the above code block. So I'll be writing the directory object instead of the main file object. And then it's thanks to this method, if the resulting file is a directory, this cycle will continue until it reaches the bottom of the file. All right, so that makes sense. If the directory runs out, in other words, the bottom file or last file is accessed, right, this time the end of the file path will be checked. And if the path ends in .mp3, then it recognizes that it's a sound file and now can be added to the array. All right, my friends, so that is how we've accessed all of the audio files on the device. So I'm going to go ahead and take a short break, and then in the next lesson, we'll print the name of the audio files on the screen. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we accessed all the folders on the device and then transferred the paths ending with .mp3 into an array. So then in this lesson, we will show the names of the audio files on the screen. All right, so for this, we'll open up Android Studio, and first of all, I'll create an object from the music adapter class in the main activity. So now I'm going to define the adapter class inside the getAllAudioFiles method. I'm going to write two parameters in parentheses. First is going to be the song list. The second one is mainActivity.this. And then also just below the songlist.add method, I'm going to write the adapter.notifiedDatasetChanged method. And it's all because of this method. When a new path is added to the array, the adapter will be stimulated. That's, of course, the sound effect that it's going to make. But in any event, I'll define the adapter object to the recycler view component. So now let's move on to the adapter class. And I'll make the necessary codes in the onBind view holder. So first, I'm going to pass the path of the audio files to a variable of the string type. I'm also going to transfer all the file paths to the file path variable using the list.getPosition method. So you know what? Why don't we go ahead and show the file object path in the logcat screen? That's what it's for. So we'll run the application, and what do you see? We've accessed all the audio files ending in .mp3. All right, so now we're ready to print the name of the audio files on the screen. So for this, I'll create a new variable of the string type and use the substring method. And I'll write file path dot substring. So inside the parenthesis, I will write file path dot last index of. I'll write slash in parentheses. And now I can write +1. See, that way the statement after the last slash in the file path, well, that's the name of the audio file. And that's what will be printed on the screen. All right, so now let's write the name of the audio file in the text view component. So we'll use the holder object for this. And also when the user will click on any audio file, the music activity should open. Therefore, I'll add an on-click listener property to the card view component. And then using intent, I will open the music activity. So I'll write M context in parentheses. Also, I've got to send the music activity, the name of the sound file, the path, which sound file the user clicked on, and that is the position object and the sound file list. And I will use put extra method for this. And first, I'll send the name of the audio file. Now I'll send the path to the audio file. And now I'm sending the position object. And now I can send the list series. Now to switch to the other activity, I will use the start activity method. But since the adapter class has no activity, we'll need to switch to the other activity using the mContext object. So if we weren't creating an object from the context class, we would have to do different and, well, I would say far more complex code for this transition. All right, so now let's go ahead and get the information that we've sent in the music activity. So first, I will create some variables that will pass the information from the adapter class. Now, I'm going to pass the relevant values to the variables using the getIntent method. All right, so that should do that. Why don't we go ahead and test the application? So we'll run it by opening the application. And you can see all the audio files are shown here on the screen. So let's click on, well, just any audio file at random. That's a pretty amazing result, huh? Our application works really well. Well, I'm not surprised, but you may. No, I don't know. It's just great. I think it's great that we can do this. So, my friends, let's celebrate the marvels, take a short break, and in the next lesson, we're going to play the audio file. Ha ha! That's what it's all about. So, see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. Are you as excited as I am? Because in the previous lesson, we were able to display all the audio files on screen, and we sent the necessary information to the music activity. So, in this lesson, we will play the audio files. All right? So let's dig right into Android Studio. So first up, I'll create an object from the Media Player class. Now I'm going to define the Media Player object in the onCreate method. And then as soon as the music activity opens, I want the audio file selected by the user to play. So therefore, we're going to need to write some code in the onCreate method. So first, we're going to use mediaplayer.setDataSource. So inside the parentheses, I'll write the path to the sound file, the file path object. And Android Studio is kind enough to warn us because I've got to write this method in try and catch. So all you do is you click the light bulb on the left, and I'll choose the option Surround with Try and Catch. Great, so now I'm using the mediaplayer.prepare method. And this method will prepare the media player to play audio files. And then finally, I'll jam in here mediaplayer.start. Okay, my friends, that's the necessary code to play the audio file. But before testing the application, let's just make sure that the coding is correct for the play and pause button. So first of all, we need to add an on-click listener feature to all buttons. Now we can write the necessary code in the method of clicking the play button. So by using the if-else statement, I have to check to see if the audio file is playing, right? So if the media player dot is playing, that is, audio file is playing, I have to pause that audio file. So for this, I can use the media player dot pause method. Also, I've got to change the background image of the button, huh? So for this, I'll use the method button play pause dot set background resource. So in the parenthesis, I've got to write the path to the picture that I'll choose. So for this, I'll select the play image in the drawable folder. And then if the audio file is not playing, I have to play the audio file. So for this, I will use the mediaplayer.start method. And I'll also change the background image to pause. And now to print the name of the audio file on the text view component. All right, so that is complete. So now we can test and run our application. So let's open it up, choose one of the audio files. Now that's an amazing result, don't you think? As you can see, the audio file started playing. The name of the sound file was also successfully printed on the screen. Now let me just press the pause button. Excellent. The audio file has stopped and the button's background image has changed. So now let me just press the play button. Audio file continues to play. Yes, indeed, my friends. As you can see, the application works very well. So why don't we take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we can write up some code for the next and previous button. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code to play and pause the audio file. So in this lesson, we're going to write the necessary code to play the next or previous audio file. So for this, we'll go straight into Android Studio. And first up, we'll write the necessary code to play the previous audio file. So that means I've got to initialize the media player object. So for this, I can use the media player.reset method. Now, if we do not do this, the application will crash, okay? So now I've got to determine the position of the new audio file. So by decreasing the value of the position variable by 1, I determine the location of the new sound file. But here, I've got to use an if-else statement. You know why? Because currently the first audio file on our list, namely the audio file with position number 0, well, that could be playing, right? So in this case, if we press the previous button, the new value of the variable position will be -1. That too will cause this application to crash. So what we got to do then is write a check like this. If the variable position is 0, I will pass the position of the last sound file in the list to the variable position. You follow? Now, if it's not 0, I'll decrease the variable position by 1. So now I have to pass the path of the new audio file to a string variable. So I'll just copy and paste the try and catch structure from above. Also, I have to make pause the background image of the button, because if the user presses the previous button after pausing the audio file, the background image of the button will be play while the new audio file is already playing, right? So finally, see how we got to think through all this? It's amazing. I have to print the name of the audio file to the text view component. So for that, I can just copy and paste the required line of code from the adapter class. So now I can just change the name of the string variable. And I can delete the holder object. So now I'll copy all the code that I've written here and paste it into the next button. All right. So if the last audio file is playing, I pass the value 0 to the position variable. Also, I can increment the value of the variable position by 1. All right. So now let's test the application, make sure it works. Whoa, just a minute. I'm sorry, I forgot to change the file path object in the set data source method. So if you forgot, right along there with me, I'll just do it right now. I'll write new file path instead of file path. And now we can run the application and test it. Yeah, so the application opens. Click on the first audio file. Audio file is playing. Now I'm going to press the previous button. And yeah, so that triggers the last audio file to play. Now let me see what happens when I press on the next button. Unbelievable. Everything works perfectly. And once again, I am not surprised. Okay, my friends, so why don't we just take a short break here? And in the next lesson, we're going to write the code for the seek bar components. All right, we'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we were able to play the previous and next audio files, even if I did happen to leave something out. But we got it, right? And I did that with you in mind. I only do that so that we can, be fresh and learn something in the moment. Anyway, what we're going to do now is write the necessary code for the seek bar components. So for this, we'll go right into Android Studio, and we'll do all the necessary coding for the seek bar volume component. So just below the next button, I'll add the on seek bar change listener feature to the seek bar volume component. So with this method, we'll be able to observe the changes in the seek bar component. And this method will offer us 3 different parameters. First is an object from the seek bar class. The second is the position of the seek bar. And the third is going to be a Boolean type variable that controls whether the user has made changes in the seek bar. So if from user is true, that is, if the user has modified the seek bar, I write seek bar volume.setProgress. I'll write progress in parentheses. Thus, the location of the seek bar will be updated. All right, so, also using the mediaPlayer.setVolume method will also decrease and increase the volume. So this method requires 2 variables of the float type. So with the magnitude of these variables, the sound will decrease or increase. So for this, I'll create a float type. And so this is a variable as well. I'll divide the value of the progress variable by 100. And then to convert it to a float type, I'll just add F at the end. I'll write the volume level variable as a parameter. And That's it. That's all we have to do for the sound. So now I got to add the change listener feature to the seek bar music component. If from user is true, I will use the media.seek2 method. So it's all because of this method, the audio file will rewind or fast forward according to the change in the progress bar. So I'll update the progress bar just by using the seekbarmusic.setProgress method. But this won't be enough for us here because the progress bar will only change when the user changes it. So in other words, while the audio file is playing, there's not going to be any changes in the progress bar. It'll look like it's not progressing. So for this, we've got to use the runnable and handler classes. So up in here, I'm creating an object from the runnable and handler classes. I'll also create an integer type variable that will transfer the total duration of the audio file. And now just below the click method of the seek bar music component, I'll define the handler and runnable objects. And I will do the necessary code in the run method. All right, so what I'll do is I'll pass the length of the audio file to the total time variable. And I'll write the seekbarmusic.setMax. I'll also write the total time variable in parentheses. All right, so thus we determine the maximum value of the progress bar. So now I'll create a variable of the integer type. And I'm going to pass the current location of the audio file to this variable. Now I'll update the seek bar with the seek bar music point set progress method. Now I also want this process to be done every second. Therefore, I will use the handler point post delayed method. And I'm going to write in two parameters in parentheses. The first is the runnable object. The second is the update time of the progress bar in milliseconds. So I'll write in here 1000 milliseconds, which means 1 second, yeah. You can, of course, set this period to, whatever you want. But then outside of the runnable method, we can write a handler.post. Oh, and I also want to write the runnable object in parentheses. So now we can run our application and test it out. So the application opens, I'll choose an audio file. And the audio file is playing. Great, so first of all, I'll lower the volume. Now see how I can increase it. Now let me fast forward. And now I'll do a little rewinding. All right, my friends, there you have it. The application runs pretty smoothly. So we're going to take a short break here. In the next lesson, we're going to print the instant progress time as well as the total length of the audio file on the screen. See you in the next lesson. Well, hello, friends. So in the previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code as the seek bar components. So in this lesson, we're going to print the instant progress time of the audio file and the length of the audio file on the screen. So for this, let's open up Android Studio, and I will create a new method. So this method will return an object of the string type. It will also take an integer object as a parameter. So I'll be creating a variable of the string type. I'll also create variables in integer type that will pass the minute and second information. Now, I should also note the following. 1 minute equals 60 seconds. One second equals 1,000 milliseconds. Okay, so now I can calculate the minute information. And since the current position value is of the type milliseconds, to calculate the minute information, I'll divide it by 1,000 and then 60. Yeah? Then to calculate the second information, I'll divide the value of the current position by 1,000, and I'll be able to get the mode according to 60. Thus, I will calculate the value of seconds. Now, also using an if statement, I can print the second value in 2 digits. So if the second is less than 10, then the time label equals minutes plus a colon 0 plus seconds. If not, I write time label equals minutes plus colon seconds. Finally, I can return the time label variable. Then in the run method, I will print the duration of the audio file on the screen. So for this, I just need to create 2 variables of the string type. First, I will print the instant duration of the audio file on the screen. And I'll write the current position value in parentheses. And now I'll print out the total time. I'll write the total time value in parentheses. And there's one more thing we'll need to do. What's going to happen to the audio file if it runs out, right? So when it plays to the end. Well, we can control this situation two different ways. First, we can use the mediaplayer.setOnCompletionListener method. And this method is a method where we'll specify what needs to be done when the audio file finishes. But secondly, if the audio file is finished, the elapsed time variable and the last time variable will be the same. So if that's the case, then I can create an if statement. If the elapsed time is equal to the last time variable, that is, if the audio file has been played until its end, I'll copy and paste the whole code block I wrote in the next button to play the next audio file. You follow? Right. So now we can run it and test it. So there the application opens. I'll just click on any audio file. And the audio file's playing. As you can see, the instant progress time and length of the audio file seem to be working. Of course, you don't know how long it is. So now I'll fast forward the audio file to the end. That's good. And the next audio file starts playing. All right, so that means our application is running very smoothly. So my friends, we'll take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, I'm going to add some simple animation to the text view component. All right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we printed the current time and the total length of the audio file on the screen. So in this lesson, I want to show you how to add some animation to the name of the sound file. So when the audio file is playing, the name of the audio file will also move from right to left, right? So it's going to be on the screen just going, yeah, and that's the sound effect it's going to make too. All right, in any event, a little information about animation. So there's 4 different animation types: scale, alpha, rotate, and translate. So scale animation is about the size of the image getting bigger and or smaller. Alpha animation is about changing the visibility of the image. Rotate animation is about the rotation of the image around itself. Translate animation is about moving the image. So for this, in our application, we're going to use translate animation. So I want to open up Android Studio, and in order to create an animation, we'll need to create an animation folder inside the resource folder. So for this, I can just hover over the res folder and right-click and choose New Android Resource Directory. Then here I'll choose the anim folder as the resource type. And then I can press OK. So now an animation folder has been created inside of the res folder. And I'll hover over the anim folder and right-click, choose New Animation Resource File. And now I can set the file name to be Translate Animation. Then I'll press OK. And that way, the animation file that's required for the text view component is created. So now let's write the necessary code for this animation. So first of all, I'm going to determine the duration of the animation. Now this is going to be 20,000 milliseconds. So now we're going to need to determine the starting point of this animation. But first I want to tell you this. So the far left of the screen, this will be the 0% point. The far right of the screen is going to be the 100% point. And since the animation will start from the far right of the screen, I'm going to make the from x delta property 100%. And I'll add P at the end. Now, incidentally, if you don't type the letter P, the animation will start from the percentage of the text view component, not the screen. So now we need to set the end point of the animation. So we want the animation to finish after the whole text view component disappears from the screen. So that's why I'll make the 2x delta property minus 100%. Also, I want to make the restart the repeat mode feature because I want to make sure that it starts again, right, after the animation finishes. And then finally, I'll determine the amount of repetition of the animation. Now, since our goal is to repeat the animation as long as the audio file is playing, we can write in a relatively high value, let's say 100. Also, by adding an animation listener to the animation object here, we will create in the Java class, we can start the animation again when the animation finishes. But it's not really a method that I prefer. So I'll tell you what, let's just check this by writing a high number here. Okay, so that creates the necessary XML code for animation. So now we want to do some code in the Java class. So first of all, I'll need to create an object from the animation class. Now in the onCreate method, I'll add the translate animation file to the animation object. So for this, animation equals animation utils. I'll write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the context, music activity.this. The second is the animation file that we've created. And now we'll add the animation to the text view component. So I'm typing text view file name music dot. And there are two different animation methods in here. The first is the set animation method. So if we want the animation to start as soon as the activity opens, we must use the set animation method. The second is the start animation method. So if we want the animation to start as a result of a particular action, for example, when the button is pressed, we've got to use the start animation method. Now, since we, of course, want the animation to start as soon as the music activity opens, we're going to use the set animation method. So I also write in animation in parentheses. And yeah, so that's pretty much everything you need to do for, well, this particular animation that we're doing. However, when the user changes the audio file or another audio file starts playing after the audio file finishes, well, the animation needs to be reset and restarted, right? So for that reason, I'm going to use the clear animation method inside the previous button. And now I'll restart the animation using the start animation method. See how that works. It was very clever of me, too, to tell you both methods. In any event, I'll just copy this line of code and paste it into the next button. and then I can paste it into the runnable method. Now we can run the application and test it out. So let's see, the application opens, and I'll choose an audio file. Looks pretty good to me. And as you can see, the animation forms up smoothly. And now I'll just play a next audio file. There you go, the animation starts up again. Let me just play the previous audio file. And sure enough, animation resets and restarts. Now let me just fast forward and see what happens. So yeah, after the audio file finishes, the new audio file opens and the animation restarts. So sure enough, my friends, that is this application in toto. So I hope you had a good time. I know it's going to be very useful for you. Why don't you get in there and fool around with it? I'm sure you can develop it even further. All right, so I wish you well. I'm going to finish this lesson here, but I want to see you on a new project. Goodbye for now. Hello, friends. So I want to tell you that in this lesson, we're going to learn how to make games using our basic knowledge of Java and Android. So the name of this game is going to be the Balloon Burst game. And first I'll show you the finished version of the game so you know where we're going. So first of all, there's going to be a countdown timer to start the game. And after the countdown's over, the balloon will continually move on the screen. Our objective is to pop the balloon. All right, now just above, there's going to be a text view showing the duration of the game. And down at the bottom, there's going to be a text view showing the increasing score each time you pop the balloon. In addition to all that, when the balloon pops, there's going to be a sound of an explosion and a visual showing that, boom, the balloon has blown up. Also, we will be able to turn the popping sound of the balloon on and off with the volume button in the menu. And then after the game is over, the result activity will open. The result activity will include a text view that informs us about the score that we've got. And we'll also be able to see the score and the highest score. And then if you want to continue the game or quit the game, play again, we'll use the buttons here. And what else? Well, that is, in a nutshell, what our game's going to look like, all right? So we'll take a short break here, and in our next lesson, we're going to start designing our game. All right, see you then. Well, hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, we outlined and I gave you some information about what the objectives of our game are. So in this lesson, we're going to design our game. Now, our game's going to consist of two activities. The first is the game activity. The second is the result activity. So first up, we're going to design the game activity. Now, inside the game activity, there's going to be 3 different text views and 1 grid layout. The duration of the game will take place in the text view component above. There's going to be a countdown timer in the text view component in the middle. And down here at the bottom, our score is going to be displayed in the text view component. And we're also going to place balloons in the grid layout. So here, I'll just briefly let you in on the secret about the logic of the game. So there's going to be exactly 9 balloons on the screen, all right, not 1, but the balloons will be invisible, and during the time that we're going to determine, only 1 balloon will appear, and which balloon will appear will be randomly determined. So in that way, we're going to use 9 balloons when we're designing it. So why don't we just get into it and start up Android Studio and get to designing. All right, yes, we get to design here, so I'm going to add a text view to the design area. And I'll change the ID to text view time. Its width and height will be wrap content, and I'll change its text. I'll make the text size 20. Also, I'm going to make the text color black. I'm going to copy this text view component and paste it twice. I'm going to change the ID of the second text view component. And I'm changing its text. Going to make the text size 100. I'm changing the ID of the third text view component. Change its text. So now I'm going to select 3 text view components and center them horizontally. I'll set the margin top value of the first text component to 30. Set the bottom margin value of the third text view component to 30 as well. Now I'm going to center the text view component vertically. All right, so now I'm going to add a grid layout to the design area. In order to use the grid layout component, I have to add the necessary libraries to my project. So for this reason, I'm just going to click the download button to the right of the grid layout here and press OK. And that way the grid layout component will be added to my project. All right, so the download is complete. Now I can add a grid layout to the design area, but I want to do the necessary operations for the grid layout component in the XML section. And in fact, that's going to make our jobs even easier. So here I'll choose the split option on the right. And that way, both the XML part and the design part will be displayed together. Cool, so now I can add the grid layout component. I'll make the width and the height, wrap content, determine its ID, Now, since I will center it horizontally and vertically, just kind of copy and paste the constraint values in the text view component. So now we can insert 9 image views in the grid layout. I'll create the first image view component. I'll make the width and the height of the image view component to 120. Determine its ID. Now I'll select the balloon image as the image that I added to the drawable folder earlier. Now also I have to determine the row and column number of this balloon. So in the grid layout component, the first line represents the 0 line, and the second line represents the first line. Also, the first column represents the 0 column, and the second column represents the first column. So it's in this way that the number of rows and columns is gradually increasing. So the first balloon really does have to be at the 0 point of the grid layout component, right? Okay. So for this, I'm just going to make the value of layout row and layout column 0. So that completes the first image view component. So now I can just copy this component and paste it 8 times. Copy and paste operation is now complete. So now I've got to change the ID of the image view components, the row and the column values as well. So I'll make the ID of the second image view component, balloon 2. Number of lines will be 0, and I'll make the number of columns 1. So as you can see, the second balloon appeared, and that's the way that I'm going to make those changes in the other balloons. All right, so I'll make the visibility property of the grid layout component and 2 text view components invisible. All right, so that's the design of the game activity. Now we've got to define the components in the Java class. So first I want to define the text view components. And I'll define the image view components. And then finally, I can define the grid layout component. Now here, we must select the Android X library. All right, so now I can match the components to their IDs. And I will copy the text view time component and paste it 12 times. And now I can copy and paste components to match their IDs. All right, my friends, that is the components all defined, I do believe. So we'll take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we're going to design the second activity. All right, see you then. Hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in the previous lesson, we designed the game activity. So in this lesson, we're going to design the result activity. All right, so in the result activity, there's going to be 3 text views and 2 buttons. So let's get into Android Studio and do it up. All right, so first of all, I'll have to create a new activity. For this, I can hover over the package name on the left and right-click. So I'll choose the New Activity, Empty Activity option. I will change the name of the activity. And finally, I can press the Finish button. All right, so that creates the result activity. Now we can design the result activity. So I'll add a text view component to the design area. Change its ID. I'll change its width to make it 300. I'll make its height wrap content. And I can make the text size 30. And for this, I think I want to make the text color red. And I'll make the text alignment feature center. I'll add one more text view component to the design area. So I can change its ID. Its width and height will be wrap content. And I'll change the text. So I'm just going to change the text size to 30. Also make the text color black. So now I want to copy and paste this text view component. And I'll just change the ID and text. Okay, so that's basically the design of the text view components. Now, before we add the buttons, I will create the design file for the backgrounds of the buttons in the drawable folder. So for this, I want to hover over the drawable folder in the resource folder on the left here and just right-click, and you get the option, so choose New Drawable Resource File. I'll write the name that I'm going to give the design in the file name section. You can, of course, name it whatever you want. So I'm going to write shape in the root element section. And then finally, I'll create the design file just by clicking the OK button. Now, inside the stroke tag, I'll make the width property 2. And by using the color property, I can change the color of the frame to black. And then inside the corners tag, I'll make the radius property 10. And then finally, I can change the fill color by using the color property inside the solid tag. So now I'll add a button in the design area of the result activity. And I'll add the design that I made to the background of the button. All right, so that's a slightly better design. So now I'm just going to change the ID of the button. And I'll make its width match parent. I'll make its height 20. No, I'll make it 60. And I'll change its text. Make the text size 30. We'll stay consistent. And the text color ought to be white. Now also, I'll make the text all caps property false. All right, so that completes the first button. Now, for designing the second button, I'll just copy and paste this first button. And now I can just change the ID and text. Now I'm going to select all the components and center them horizontally. Now here I can change the margin top value of the first text view component to 20. I'll change the margin bottom property of the buttons. And also I'm going to leave space over here to the right and left of the buttons. We'll make it 10. So I'll set the margin start and the margin end attributes 10. And then finally, I'll select both text view components and center them vertically. All right, my friends, that is the result activity finished. Well, the design of it anyway. So why don't we go and define the components in the Java class? All right, so I will define the text view components. Now I can define the buttons. Now I just match the components to their IDs. And thus, my friends, the design of both activities is finished. So why don't we take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to determine the duration of the game using the countdown timer class. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the design of the application. So in this lesson, we're going to learn how to use the countdown timer class in our app. The countdown timer class is a class in which we determine the amount of time we set and the time to decrease backwards, right? So it's a countdown timer. And what needs to be done when the timer's done, right? So, for example, we want the game screen to open after 5 seconds when the application first opens. We also want the game to end after 30 seconds and the result activity to open. So in these and similar iterations, we can use the countdown timer class. So why don't we just get into Android Studio without any further ado? So in the onCreate method, I'll write new countdown timer. Now I've got to write 2 parameters in parentheses. First one is total time. The second is how much time the total time will decrease, right? So times will be in milliseconds. So I've got to write 5,000 to the first parameter and 1,000 into the second parameter. And then Android Studio warns us. Thank you, Android Studio. Because in order for the countdown timer class to work, 2 methods are needed. So all you got to do is click on the light bulb on the left and choose Implement Methods as the option. Now by pressing the OK, that adds the 2 methods. The first method is the method by which we determine what needs to be done as the time decreases. The second method is the method where we determine what needs to be done when time runs out. Also, in order for these methods to work, you got to write .start outside the parentheses. Now, since I want the time to appear on the screen, that means I've got to print the total time to the screen. So in other words, to the text view countdown component within the onTick method. So for this, I'll write textViewCountdown.setText. And the variable millis until finished. So that's given to us here, and it represents the decreasing time. So therefore, I'm going to write millis until finished in parentheses. And also, since this variable is in milliseconds, I'll divide this variable by 1,000 so that the time is displayed in seconds. And then finally, since this variable is of the long type, I've got to convert it to the string type using the string.valueOf method. So now we're going to need to specify what happens when time is over. So when the time is up, first I got to make the textViewCountdown component invisible. So for this, I'll write textViewCountdown.setVisibility. I'll write view.invisible in parentheses. Now also here, I've got to write the codes that are related to our game. But of course, we're going to do this later. I only want to make the components visible for now. So I also want to start the game when the time is up. Right, so therefore I'm going to use a new countdown timer class. I'll determine the total duration as 30,000 milliseconds. And I can add here the necessary methods. And now I can print the total time to the screen. So when the time is up, I want the result activity to open. And for that reason, I will have to open the result activity using intent. So that means I should write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the activity that we are in. That is the main activity dot this. The second is the activity we want to open. And that is result activity dot class. Now here I'll start the intent using the start activity method. All right, so let's test it out. We'll run the application. So the application opens. Time is decreasing from 5 seconds in 1 second intervals. And the game activity opens. And after 30 seconds, the result activity will open. I'll just kind of fast forward time a little. And the result activity opens. So excellent. Everything seems to work okay. So my friends, we'll take a short break here. In the next lesson, we're going to make it so that when we click on the balloons, we're going to write the code that will increase the score. All right. See you in the next lesson. Well, hello there, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we used the countdown timer class. And we set the duration of the game, and then when time's up, we enable the result activity to be turned on. Okay, so in this lesson, when the user clicks any of the balloons, we're going to increase the score. So for this, we'll just get right into Android Studio. Now, first of all, we're going to have to add a click feature to all the image view components. And since there are 9 image views and I want the same result, that is, the score increases when clicking any image view component, I don't want to add the on-click listener to all the buttons. So instead of this, I want to create a method that increases the score. And for that, I will add that method to all the image view components in the XML file. All right, you'll see what I mean. So I'm going to create a new method for this. Name the method, increase score by 1. Also, I want to create an object from the view class as a parameter to represent each image view component. So the view object here represents each component. And now I will define this method in the XML file. So in the tags of the first image view component, I'll write on click, and I'll write the method that I just created. So now I can copy and paste it into the tags of the other image view components. And that way, my friends, whenever any balloon is clicked, this method will be called. And we could try this by adding a click listener to all image view components, but since there are 9 image views and we expect the, same result for every single one of them, doing that is going to make that job a little easier, so we'll be able to write a simpler code. All right. So now I'll create an integer type variable to pass the score. I'll set the first value of this variable to be 0. All right, so now in the increase score by 1 method, I'll increase the value of the score variable. And then the last step will be to print the score to the screen. So I want to rerun it and test it out. It opens, and there's 5 seconds, game screen, and I'll click on any balloon, and what do you see? The score goes up by 1. Click on another. Yeah, so then when the time is over, the result activity is opened. Sure enough, my friends, we'll take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we'll move the balloons using the runnable and handler classes. All right, so I'll see you in the next lesson. Well, hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we added the click feature to the image views, and when the balloons get clicked, it increases our score and prints it to the screen. So in this lesson, we're going to make the balloons move by using the runnable and handler classes. And then actually what we're going to do is make all of the balloons invisible and make any balloon visible in a certain time period. Therefore, we're going to use runnable and handler classes. So the run method here will be repeated continuously within the time that we set. For example, if we specify 2 seconds as the time, then the run method will run every 2 seconds. The balloons will be invisible first, and then only at the randomly determined balloon will be visible during that time. So if you want to, let's get to work. All right, so first of all, let's get the Android Studio up and running. Now here I can create a new method in which we can control the balloons. So I'll call this method inside the onFinish method in the countdown timer class. And I'll also cut the codes here and paste them into this method. So now I'll create an object from each of the runnable and handler classes. So now I've got to define runnable and handler objects in the balloon control method. And now we just have to write the necessary code into the run method. So first, I'll transfer all the balloons into an array. To do that, I'll create an array of the image view type. And now in the onCreate method, I will pass all the balloons into the array. All right, so that transfers the balloons into the array. So now in the run method, I will make all the balloons invisible by creating a for loop. So it's thanks to this method that all the balloons in the array will be invisible, each one of them. Now also I've got to make the grid layout component visible after the for loop. You follow? Otherwise, when the game activity opens, all the balloons will appear, give away our surprise or our secret, depending upon how you look at it. But anyway, because we don't want this to happen, I'll just cut this line of code and paste it under the for loop, and now we can concentrate on how to make a balloon visible at random. Yes, indeed, we can use the random class for this. So I'll create an object from the random class. Now all I have to do is pass the randomly generated number to an integer type variable. I can use the random.nextInt method to generate a random number. I'll write the size of the balloon array in parentheses because the index number of the elements in the array starts from 0. And since we have 9 balloons, the index number of the first balloon in the array will be 0. Index number of the last balloon will be 8. So random number up to 8 will be generated. And, right, so you know this, right? Because the number 9 is not going to be produced. That's why we'll write the size of the array in parentheses. Now, finally, we've got to make the balloon with the index number, which is equal to the randomly generated number, visible. So let me just summarize this so that we're both clear on this, all right? The application opens. All the balloons disappear. For example, the number 5 was generated randomly, so in this case, only the 5th element of the array will be visible. So that means now we'll have to run the run method continuously using the handler class. So for this, we use the handler point post delayed method. And for that, we've got to write 2 parameters in parentheses, and the first will be the runnable object. The second is how long it takes to repeat the run method. For now, I'll just write 2000 milliseconds. Then finally, I can write a handler.post outside of the runnable method. And I'll also write the runnable object in parentheses. All right, so now let's test it out. Make sure that it works. So there you go. The application opens. That's good. Balloons are moving. And as you can see, the balloons move every 2 seconds. That's pretty cool. All right, so let's try to click on the balloons. And yeah, so every time I click on the balloon, score increases. All right, my friends, so we're getting there. So let's take a short break. And then in the next lesson, we're going to add the popping sound to the balloons. And we'll also create pictures that show the balloons burst when the balloons are clicked. All right, so see you in the next lesson. Hello there, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we moved the balloons using the runnable and handler classes. So in this lesson, we're going to add the balloon popping sound using the media player class. Now also, we're going to change the image of the clicked balloons, right? So for this, let's open up Android Studio. And in order to add any sound file to the project, we'll need to create a new folder under the resource folder. So I'll just right-click on the resource folder and select the Android resource directory as my option. And here I can just choose the raw file from the resource type, and I'll click OK. So we can transfer now the necessary sound files into this folder. So I'll copy the audio file that I created earlier, paste it into this folder. Now I can create an object from the media player class. I'll transfer the sound file to the media player object within the onCreate method. So for this, I'm going to need to write media player equals media player.create. And now I've got to write in two parameters in parentheses. First, I'll write context this. Now, secondly, I'll type the path to the audio file that I will add. And now, in the increase score by 1 method, I have to start the audio file. So first, I have to check if the audio file is playing using the if statement. So if the audio file is playing, I have to rewind the audio file. For this, I can use the mediaplayer.seek2 method. I'll write 0 in parentheses. And just below, I'll write mediaplayer.start. So if the audio file is not playing, I'll just write the mediaplayer.start method. Okay, so that way, if the user clicks on the balloon while the audio file is playing, the audio file will rewind, play again. All right, so now let's change the background picture. In order to change the background image, we will need to find out which balloon was clicked, So we can use the view.getID method for this because the ID of each balloon will be different. And therefore, we will be able to use the if-else statement here. So if the ID of the clicked balloon equals the ID of the first balloon, I will change the background of the first balloon. All right, so I'll change the backgrounds of all the balloons that way. And then finally, I have to restore the backgrounds of the balloons in the for loop in the run method. All right, so now let's run it and test it out. So here the application opens. So I'll click on the balloons. As you can see, there's an explosion sound and the background picture changes. So there you have it, my friends. So we'll take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we will create an options menu and write in some code to turn the sound of the audio file on and off. All right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous tutorial, using the media player class, we added a popping sound to the balloons. So in this lesson, I want to create an options menu, and we will be able to turn off and on the popping sound of the balloons with the volume up button in this menu. So why don't we get into Android Studio? Now, in order to create a menu, we'll need to create a menu folder under the resource folder. So for this, I need to right-click on the resource folder. I'll choose the New Android Resource Directory option. And from the resource type section, I'll just choose the menu option and press OK. All right, so we have now created that folder, and I've got to create a new design file in the menu folder. So for this, I'll right-click on the menu folder. I'll choose New Menu Resource File. From the File Name section, I'll determine the name of the design. And then I can create the design file by clicking OK. All right, so now I've got to add a menu item to the design area. And I'll just put in the ID of the menu item component. And I'll write mute for the title. For an icon, I'm going to use the icon that I've already taken from the vector asset folder. And finally, I'll choose the always option from show as action. So the volume up button will always appear in the menu. And if we select the with text option, the title and icon will appear together. If we select the never option, the menu sign will appear in the toolbar. And when we click on the menu, we could see the menu item components. Yeah, so there you go. That's the design of the menu file. Now we've got to do some coding in the Java class. So I'll just open up the main activity. Now, apart from the onCreate method, I have to add two methods. First method is the method of introducing the menu that we created to the Java class. Second method is a method where we specify what needs to be done when clicking the menu item component. So first, let me create this first method here. So for this, I'll add the onCreate options menu method. And we'll use the getMenuInflator.inflate method to add the menu file that we created. And we'll write two parameters in parentheses. All right, so the first is the menu design. The second parameter is the menu object. All right, so that's all we need to do to add to the menu. So let's create the second method. So I'm adding the onOptionsItemSelected method. So here I need to use an if statement. So I'll write item.getItemID in parentheses. The item object here represents each item component in the menu. So if the clicked item's ID is volume, we understand that the volume up button has been pressed. Of course, we have to check to see whether the sound is turned on or not. So we've got to use an if statement as well as a Boolean type variable. So if the sound is open, we must turn it off. If the sound is off, we've got to turn it up. So therefore, I'll create this Boolean type variable. I'll make the initial value of the variable false. So in this case, the value of the status variable was false when the sound was turned on. All right, so now we can do the necessary code. If the status variable is not true, is false, that is, the sound is on, I must turn off the sound. So for this, I will use the media player.setVolume method, and we got to write in two parameters in parentheses. These parameters are the parameters in which we're going to specify the level of the sound. So when we set both parameters at 0, the sound will be completely turned off. When the sound is turned off, the icon in the menu should also change. So for this, we need to use the item.setIcon method. I'll write the path of the icon that I got from the vector asset folder in parentheses. Now finally, I've got to set the status variable to true. So if the status variable is true, that is, the sound is off, I have to turn the volume up. So now I can copy and then paste the codes. And I'll make the parameters in parentheses 1. All right, so I'll change the icon, and I'll set status variable to false. All right, so let's test it out. Open the application. Game activity opens, and there's the menu that we created in the toolbar. So now I'll pop some balloons. Yeah, the balloons burst sound is clear, so I'll mute it. Look at that, the icon changes. Pop some balloons again. And the sound turned off. Excellent. So our application works pretty well, wouldn't you say? So in the next lesson, we're going to send the score to the result activity and then save the high score. All right, see you in the next lesson. Well, hello, my friends. So if you remember, in the previous lesson, we created the options menu. So in this lesson, we're going to send our score to the result activity. We're also going to save the highest score using shared preferences. And then finally, we're going to show the score and the highest score on screen. So we'll open up Android Studio, and we'll use the put extra method for data transfer between activities. And for that, I will write intent.putExtra under the intent method that we wrote to open the result activity. So I've got to write the data that I'm going to send and the key required to receive this data in parentheses. And then finally, using the finish method, I'll remove this activity from the backstack. Now let's take the data that we sent and the result activity, and I will create a variable that I'm going to transfer the score to. Now I'll transfer the score to the myScore variable using the getIntent method. All right, myScore equals getIntent.getIntegerExtra. All right, the key value in parentheses. Now also, since the score is of the integer type, I've got to set a default value. All right, 0 for this. Okay, so now I want to print the score on the text view my score component. All right, and that prints the score on the screen. So now we've got to record our score. So for this, I'll create an object from the Shared Preferences class. In the onCreate method, I'll write shared preferences equals this dot get shared preferences. And I've got to write two parameters in parentheses. So the first is the name I will give to the database that I will create. So for this, I'll write score. The second parameter is the mode of the data that we're going to save. So for this, I'll write context.modePrivate. Now to get data saved with shared preferences, we are going to use the shared preferences.get method. And since our score is of the integer type, I'll choose the getInt method. And I'll write two parameters in parentheses. First, the name that I'm going to give to the data. And, well, we haven't saved any data yet, but when we play the game for the first time, by default, we'll assume that the highest score is 0, right? So as a first parameter, I'll write the highest score. The second parameter will be the default value. So if no value has been saved in the database yet, that is, the game is played for the very first time, the highest score must be 0. So that's why I write 0 as the second parameter. All right, so we must also pass this value to an integer type variable. Okay, so now we can check to see if the score is the highest score using the if-else construct. So my goal here is not to record the score every time. My goal is to check to see if the score is a high score. So if the score is the highest score, I'll record the score. If the score is greater than or equal to the high score, I should record my score as the high score. So for this, I'll use the shared preferences .edit.put integer method. And in parentheses, I'll write the name I will give to the data that I'm going to save. Then, as the second parameter, I'll write the data that we will record, that is, the score. And finally, write in .apply, and that saves the new high score to the database. So I should also print the highest score on the screen, right? So if the score is less than the high score, I will not make any entries in the database. Also, I have to print the highest score on the screen. So now let's run the application and test it out. And there the application opens. Gonna quickly pop some balloons. The game is over, so as you can see, my score has been printed on the screen. Now also, since we didn't save any value in the database, we printed our score as the highest score. So now why don't we play again, and it's going to be hard, but I'll try to make a lower score. Game over, and as you can see, because that score is indeed lower than the highest score, the score that I got in the previous game gets printed on the screen as high score. All right, my friends, we're going to take a short break here. In our next lesson, we're going to speed up the game as the score increases. You didn't think it was always going to be that easy, did you? And also, we're going to give some messages to the user according to the status of the score. All right? So I'll see you in the next lesson. Well, hello, my friends. All right, so in our previous lesson, we printed the score and kept the highest score and put them on the screen. Also, using shared preferences, we saved the highest score. So in this lesson, we will speed up the game according to the score that we get. We're also going to give some information messages to the user according to that score. So let's open up Android Studio and get to work. So we did the replacement of the balloons by using handlers. And we also specified 2 seconds for duration. Now, the balloons were moving every 2 seconds. So now, using the if statement, we will reduce this time. So if the score is equal to or less than 5, the balloons will move every 2 seconds. If the score is greater than 5 and equal to or less than 10, the balloons will move every 1.5 seconds, we'll say. If the score is greater than 10, equal to or less than 15, the balloons will move every second. You see where we're going with this, right? So if the score is greater than 15, the balloons will move every half second. And therefore, the higher the score, the harder the game will be, or at least the faster moving of the balloons. So now let's have a look at these information messages that we want the user to read. So by comparing the score, we'll get the high score in the result activity. And if the score is equal to or greater than the high score, yeah, we got to connote some congratulations. If the score is less than the high score, we should tell the user, well, just what the difference between the high score and your score is. So if the difference is greater than 10, we can tell the user that needs to speed up. If the difference is greater than 3, and equal to or less than 10, we can tell the user to, well, get a little more better. You see what we're saying here. So if the difference is equal to or less than 3, we can say that the user is approaching the high score. All right, so it gives a little encouragement anyway. So now let's run the application, test it out. So I'll pop some balloons. So my score goes over 5. The game gets a little quicker. And I keep popping the balloons. My score passes 10. The game gets a little faster. I keep popping some balloons. The score goes over 15. Yeah, the game's getting pretty fast. Now it's kind of harder to pop the balloons. Okay, so the game's over. So here is an information message. All right, my friends, we'll take a break here. And then in the next lesson, we're going to write some code to play it again and exit the game. Why you'd want to exit the game, I have no idea. Just kidding. See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we wrote the codes to speed up the game. So in this lesson, after the game is over, we're going to write the necessary code to replay or exit the game. So we'll open up Android Studio and I'll add an on-click listener to the buttons. So to play again, we'll need to open the main activity using intent. I'll write result activity.this main activity.class in parentheses. Finally, I'll remove this activity from the backstack by writing the finish method. Now I will write the necessary code to exit the game. And the code that I write here, it's all standard. So first of all, I will write the move task to back method. I'll write true in parentheses. Now I'll write android.operating.system.process.killProcess. And I'll write android.operating.system.process.mypid in parentheses. And finally, I'll write system.exit. So then this method will terminate the running Java virtual machine. I'll write 0 in parentheses. So now the argument acts as a status code. Now, just as a rule, a non-zero status code indicates abnormal termination. So now let's run the application, test it out, see what happens. So there our application opens. So I'll try to pop some balloons. Game over. So first of all, I'll press the play again button. And sure enough, the game starts up again. And here I'll pop some balloons. Oops. Game over. Now I'll press the quit game button. And that exits the game. So there you have it, my friends. Our application, our game, our fun together is through. So, of course, you can get in here, go back and develop this application a whole lot further. You know what to do now. Go ahead, make it even beautiful. Create some more sections or, increase the levels or make some beautiful designs. Whatever you do, I hope you have fun. All right, so I want to see you on the next project. Goodbye for now. Well, hello, my friends. So here we are with a new project. So in this lesson, we're going to make a really nice game with you. So these days, I want to make a project like this because the game industry is, well, there's a lot out there, right? So with this project, you will have stepped into the Android game world. So let's have a look at the finished application. And first of all, I got to tell you that since such applications are going to use a lot of RAM, I'll recommend that you try them on your own device instead of just your emulators. Now, to use your own device as an emulator, you've got to open the developer options and enable the debug feature. So since this process differs according to the variety of phones out there, I'm going to leave that part of the process up to you, but you have now been warned. You can, of course, do this with a simple search. And you can use the Visor application to mirror your phone screen to the computer if you need to. All right, so that's a bit of an introduction and a bit of a caveat and all right, why don't I shut up now and get to building this game, all right? So I'll show it to you first so you know where we're going. There's going to be a bird, 3 enemies, and a coin. Our goal is to reach 500 points and make the bird get to its nest. So here we're going to create a beautiful image by animating all the characters in the game. And also just by pressing the button here, we're going to be able to turn the game sound on or off. And what happens when you press the start button? It opens the game activity. When we touch the screen, the game will start. So here will be the points that we will have earned. Now also, when we start the game, we're going to have 3 lives. And if we collide with any of the enemies, our health will decrease. If there's no more life, the game will be over. Right? You know how it works. So why don't we start her up? So when I touch the screen, the bird moves up. When I stop touching the screen, the bird moves down. So by playing it this way, we'll collect points. Our game will get faster as the score increases. And enemies will start coming in faster. And I hit one of the enemies, my health gets lower, game gets a little faster, and I'm going to lose the game now. All right, so now the game's over. Result activity will open after losing or winning the game. I guess I could have showed you how to win the game. But on the results screen here, our score and the highest score is going to be written. So we'll play it again just by clicking the play again button. Main activity will open. I'll mute the sound. And here I'll play again. So this time I'm going to try to win the game. And, oops, my life gets reduced. I hope I can win the game. All right. I actually won the game, my friend. So when you win the game, all of the enemies will disappear and the bird flies to the nest. What do you think? So on the screen, a text will be written saying that, hey, you've won the game. Our score, the highest score, will be written up in here too. And then if you press the back button, an alert dialog will open up. And if you press the cancel button, the dialog window will close. And if we press the quit game button, guess what? We exit the game. All right, so there it is. It's a simple game, but it's so much fun. So we'll take a short break here, and then in our next lesson, we're going to create the characters for our game. All right? So I'll see you in the next lesson. Well, hello, my friends. Thanks for coming back. So in our previous lesson, I'll give you a brief introduction about our game. So we're going to create the characters that we're going to use in this game. And we're going to obtain the characters from the opengameart.org site. Now for this, we'll just write OpenGameArt into your favorite browser. And we can open up the OpenGameArt site. So within this site here, you can find a variety of characters that are necessary to help you make a simple game. You can just type in the name of a character if you want. In this toolbar here on the right, for example, if you type bird and search for it on the site, there appear many images of birds. So you can click on any image that you want to here. And then we can access the details about this visual. So for example, you can see who created this image, file type, zip file required to download the image. And of course, copyright is not required for the vast majority of these characters, hence the URL. However, some of the images may have a set of rules set by the owner of the image, so pay attention to that. For example, this image here, we can examine the license section on the left. Since it is in the public domain, well, we can easily use this image. So you can find out what each of the license marks mean just by searching if you don't know that already. And you can always select the license CC0 by filtering while searching for the characters. Then if you click on the author section on the left, we can find out all the images from this particular artist. Now from here, we can find the images that we want to use in our game. For instance, if we choose this image, since it does have a CC0 license, I can use this image in my game and download the zip file. So I'll just stop myself right here and tell you that in case you haven't figured that out, you can use any of these images that you want to and download them once you consider the license terms and whatever else you need to do. But you see what I'm doing, so you can just download the very same ones and follow along with me. But whatever you choose to do, we are going to continue in the next lesson. We're going to start designing our game. So I'll see you on the other side. Well, hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we learned all about how to obtain the characters that we're going to use in the game. So in this lesson, we're going to begin to design our game. So first, we're going to design that main activity. So in the main activity, I used the linear layout instead of the constraint layout. I also placed each of the characters in a separate linear layout. In the upper right-hand corner, there is a volume button. Below the characters, there's going to be a text view that provides some information about the game. Finally, there will be a button to start the game. Now, as a background, I'm going to use the image that I got from the Open Game Art site. And yeah, let me tell you this, that due to the high resolution of the images, some phones may encounter some errors. Now, in order to prevent that, we're going to create files with different resolutions for each image. Then we can add our images into these files. All right, so go ahead, open up Android Studio, and let's get to designing. So first off, we've got to add our images. So we will create files with different resolutions, as I told you earlier. So for this, we've got to select the project directory instead of Android from the left, right? Then we'll open up the files in the order of app source main resource. And then right-click on the resource folder, select the option New Android Resource Directory. In the window that opens, we'll change the resource type part to drawable and write in drawable HDPI in this directory name part. And by pressing the OK button, we've created our high-resolution folder. So now we can just copy and paste all of the characters that we're going to use into this file. So I'll copy and paste this folder so I can create files and other resolutions. And I'm also just changing the name of the file. This way I'll create files of all the resolutions. Okay, my friends, so now let's get started with the design. So first of all, I have to make the design screen horizontal. Also, I'll make the screen orientation feature landscape from the manifest file. So I'll remove the toolbar from the Styles folder. And here there is a toolbar for the whole application. So if we write no instead of dark, the toolbar won't be shown. Now we can get to it. So I'll first write the linear layout instead of constraint layout. I'll also change its background. Make the orientation vertical. And now I'll add in an image view. I'll make it wrap content. I'll make the top and end value margins 10. I'll make the layout gravity feature end. As far as the image goes, I'm going to choose volume up. So I got this image from the vector asset folder. You, of course, can get it from there too if you haven't already. And now I can determine its ID. And I'll create another linear layout where I'll place the characters. So I'll make wrap content, the width and the height. Orientation horizontal. Layout gravity center. Now I'm going to create one more linear layout where I will place each character and the character's name. It'll also be width and height wrap content. Orientation vertical. I'll add one image view and one text view into this linear layout. So first I'll add an image view. I'll make it 100, the width and the height. And the image, I'll choose the bird. I'll also increase the padding to 10 and determine its ID. So now I'm going to create the text view component. I will make the width and height wrap content. I'll make the text of the text view bird. And I'll make the text size 18. Text color should be black, I think. And the layout gravity center. All right, so that's my first character. So now all I need to do is copy this linear layout and paste it 4 other times. All right, so now the paste operation's finished. I'll only change the IDs of the image view components and the names of the characters. Now, look at this. Yeah. So the size of the coin is really kind of large, right? So I'm going to make it 75 in width and height. Also going to make the layout's margin top value 10. I'll make the margin top value of the text view component 15, though. All right, so that's all of our characters. Now we need to create a text view component that will give this information about the game. So I will make the width match parent, the height wrap content, and turn the margin start and end value to 50. And then I can make the margin top 10. Now for the text, I'll choose the text that I prepared in the string folder. Oh, sorry, my friends. I created the text view component in the wrong place. I'll just cut it and paste it outside of the linear layout component. And I'll make the text size 18. And text color ought to be red. I'll make gravity feature. I'll just center it. All right, cool. So now I can create a button. But before I create the button, I'm going to create a design file for the background of the button in the drawable folder. So I'll just name the file, and inside of the stroke label, I will determine the color and width of the frame. I'll curl the corners inside the label corners. Finally, I'll determine the fill color inside the solid tag. All right, so now I can create the button. So what should the width of the button be? It should match parent. The height should be 60. I'll make the margin start and margin end values 150. And I'll make the margin top 10. I'm going to change its background. I'll type start game in its text. And make that text size 30. All right, that looks better. Text color, red. And then I can determine the ID of the button. All right, my friends. Now we can define the components in the Java class. So first of all, I'm going to define the image view component. And then I can define the button. So now I'll just match the components to their IDs. And sure enough, my friends, that is the design of the main activity. So we'll take a short break here, and then in our next lesson, we're going to animate the characters. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we finished the design of the main activity. So in this lesson, we can add the animation to the characters. So if you recall, I briefly took you through how animation is done when we did our MP3 player. So in that MP3 player, we added a translate animation to the name of the sound file. So in this lesson, I want to show you how to add the scale animation to the characters. So it's because of the scale animation, the size of the characters will increase or decrease. So let's go ahead and get started and open Android Studio, and we'll get to animating. So I'll create an animation folder inside the resource folder, and I'll choose the anim file as the resource type. And when I click the OK button, the animation file gets created. All right, so I'll hover over the animation folder and right-click, choose the option New and Animation Resource File, and I'll name it Scale Animation. Then I can press the OK button, and that creates the animation file for our characters. All right, so let's go ahead and write the code for animation. So first of all, I'll determine the duration of the animation to be 2000 milliseconds. And now I've got to determine the center point of the characters. So in Android Studio for animation, the center point of the objects, or whatever the device is always going to be the upper left corner. So that means the 0 to 0 point is always the upper left corner. So if you don't change the center point of the animation, in other words, the 0 to 0 point, to be the middle of the characters, well, the sizes of the characters will increase and decrease with respect to the upper left corner. Now, since this will create a really strange, if not asymmetrical image, don't want this to happen. So that means that we've got to change the center point of the animation to be the midpoint of the character, right? So for this, I want to make the pivot X and pivot Y values 50%. See, so that way the central point of the animation becomes the middle of the characters. All right, so now we need to determine how much the size of the characters will shrink or grow on the X and Y axis. So I'll just change the value of the from X scale as 0.5 and the value of 2X scale as 1.0. And now the full size of the objects is considered 1.0. The invisible size of the objects is considered 0.0. You follow? Since we don't want the object to disappear completely, we made its size shrink by half, that is 0.5. So similarly, I can specify the values of the from Y scale and the to Y scale. I'll also have to set the repeat mode. All right, so after the size of the character reaches from 0.5 to 1.0, that is, to its own sort of natural size, default size perhaps is a better way to explain that, but I want it to reach the size of 0.5 in its animated form. So therefore, I'll do the repeat mode feature reverse. All right, so finally, I've got to determine the number of repetitions of the animation. So I'm going to write a pretty high number here. All right, so that is the XML code for animation. Now we've got to do some coding in the Java class. So I'm going to create an object from the animation class. I will add the scale animation file to the animation object in the onCreate method. So for this, I'll write animation equals animation utils dot load animation. And I'll write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the context. So I'll write main activity dot this. The second is the animation file that we created. Right, so now we're going to add the animation that we just created to the characters. And there are two different animation methods here. The first is the set animation method. So if we want the animation to start as soon as the activity is open, well, we've got to use that set animation method. But the second is the start animation method. So in other words, if you want the animation to start as a result of a particular action, for example, when a button is pressed, then you got to use the start animation method. So here, for now, for us, since we want the animation to start as soon as the main activity opens, we're going to use that set animation method. And I'll also write animation in parentheses. All right, so now let's run this and test it out. So the application opens and, oh, look at that. See, you can see that the size of the characters grow and they shrink. So there you go, my friends. That's that. So why don't we take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we'll add audio to the application using the Media Player class. All right, see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we added some animation to the characters. So in this lesson, we're going to add sound to the application using the Media Player class. So for this, let's open up Android Studio. And if you recall, we had to import the audio files into the raw folder. So that means I'm going to create a raw folder inside the resource folder. Now I'll copy and paste a copyrighted audio file that I obtained from the internet into the raw folder. All right, so now I will create one object from Media Player class. And so now I have to add the audio file to the Media Player object. And I'm going to do this with the onResume method, not the onCreate method. Because remember, in the activity lifecycle, when the application opens, the onCreate, onStart, onResume methods, these were called respectively. So if we turn on the main activity again after turning on the game activity, only the onResume method will be called. So if we write the necessary code for the media player in the onCreate method, in such a case, the audio file won't play because the onCreate method won't be called. So therefore, I will do the necessary operation in the onResume method. So I'll use the method media player equals media player dot create. And I will write two parameters in parentheses. The first is main activity dot this. The second is the path to the sound file. Also enable the audio file to be played using the media player sound.start method. So now let's write the code to turn the sound on and off. So for this, I'll add the on-click listener property to the volume object. First, I have to create a variable that checks to see if the audio file is playing. I create a Boolean type variable and make the initial value of the variable false. Now, if the value of the variable is false, it means the audio file is playing. So now I've got to check this case using the if-else statement. So if the value of the status variable is false, that is, the audio file is playing, I have to mute the audio file. So for this, I can use the mediaPlayer.setVolume method. I'll write 0 in parentheses instead of both parameters. And I also have to change the image of the volume object. And for this, I can use the volume.setImageResource method. I'll write the path of the new image in parentheses. And finally, I have to set the value of the status variable to be true. So if the value of the status variable is true, that is, the sound file is muted. I have to unmute the sound file. All right? So I'll just copy and paste the codes above and write 1 instead of 0 in parentheses. I'm changing the image of the volume object. And finally, I make the value of the status variable false. All right, great. So we've written the necessary code to turn the sound of the audio file on and off. So now we can add the on-click listener property to the button start object, and that turns on the game activity. So first I'm going to write the necessary code for the audio file to be closed when the button is pressed, because in the game activity, I don't want to have any audio files playing. So if you want to, you can also have the audio file play during the game. It's up to you. You can even add another audio file for the game activity. But again, I'll leave it up to you so that this lesson could go on and on and on if we sit here adding a whole bunch of files, which is great. So you can do that on your own. Now, we can write the necessary codes to terminate the audio file. You will have to terminate it at one point. So for this, I'll use the mediaPlayer.reset method. So this method will initialize the audio file completely by resetting it. So then also I have to initialize the image of the volume object. All right, so now we can open the game activity using intent. I'll create the game activity shortly. I'll just write mainActivity.this, gameActivity.class in parentheses. Then finally, I can open the game activity by using the startActivity method. So now let's create the game activity. Right-click on the package name on the left. I'll choose the option New Activity, Empty Activity. I'll name the activity, just Game Activity for now. And I will create the activity by clicking the Finish button. And boom, there you go. There's game activity. So now let's run the application and test it out. And as you can see, as soon as the application opens, the audio file starts playing. So let's turn the sound off for now. All right, so the sound file was muted and the picture changed. Now by pressing the Start button, I'll open the game activity. And the game activity opens. Great, so now I'll open the main activity again by pressing the back button. And look at that, as you can see, or hear, the audio file started playing again. Now, had I not written the codes required to play the sound file in the onCreate method, the sound would not be playing here, right? Because in this case, only the onResume method gets called. The onCreate and the onStart methods were not called. So sure enough, my friends, that's the end of this lesson. So we'll take a short break here. And then in the next lesson, we'll design the game activity. See you then. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we added an audio file to the application. So in this lesson, we're going to design the game activity. All right, that's what we came here for. All right, so the game activity, there's going to be 6 image views showing our characters, a text view showing the total score, a text view indicating to us to touch the screen to start the game, and finally 3 image views indicating our remaining rights to play. So before the game starts, only the bird character is going to be visible. Enemy characters and coins will be invisible. So why don't we just go ahead and open the Android Studio and start designing. So what'll I do first? I'll make the screen landscape. Also want to make the screen orientation value landscape from the manifest file. All right, so now we can start the design. So I'm going to add the bird to the design area. So I'll just change its ID. I'll set the margin top and margin bottom values to 0. Now I can make the margin start value 50 dp. I'll make the width and the height 50 dp. Now I'm adding a text view to the design area. Changing its ID. And I'm making its width to match the parent. And I'll also make the margin start and margin end values. Yeah, let's make this 100. And make the margin top value 0. So I will set the margin bottom to 150. And you know what? I'm going to change this text. Change the font too. And let's make the text size 30. And I'm going to turn the text red. I'll make the text alignment feature center. Okay, so now I can add some other characters into the design area. First, I'll add the coin. So I'll change its ID. I'll make the width and the height 40. I'll add one more coin now. I'll change its ID. You know what? I want to make the width and the height 40. Now I can add some enemy characters. First, I'm going to add the red bee. I'll change its ID. And I'll make the width and height 50. Now I'll add the green bee. And change its ID. And make the width and height 50. And then finally I can add the gray bee. And I am changing its ID and making the width and height 50. All right, so I'll choose the enemy characters and coins and make the visibility feature invisible. So as soon as the game starts, we'll be sending enemy characters and coins off the screen. And that way we don't need to give a constraint value. So now let me add a text view showing the score and a coin representing the score. So I'm changing the margin start and margin top values of the coin. I'll make the width and the height 25. And now I'm going to add a text view. Change its ID. And change the margin start and margin top values. So now I can change its text. And let's change the text size to 18. And make this color red. So I'm going to add some hearts that represent our remaining right to play. I'll change its ID. Set the margin start and margin end to 0. And we can turn the margin top value to 8. All right, so now I'll add some other hearts. Change the ID of the second heart. Top and end margin values 8. And changing the ID of the third heart. And top and end values 8. And finally, I'll determine the ID of the constraint layout component. So I'll change the background image. All right, my friends. Now we can define the components in the Java class. So first of all, I'm going to define the image view component. Now I'll define the text view components. And finally, I'll define the constraint layout component. All right, so now we can match the components with their IDs. And there you have it, my friends. We've finished the design of the game activity. So in our next lesson, we're going to enable the screen tap feature. All right, I'll show you how that goes in the next lesson. See you then. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we designed the game activity. It's looking pretty exciting. So in this lesson, we're going to enable the screen touch feature. So to enable the screen touch, we will add the set on touch listener to the constraint layout component. So as you can see here, this method has different use cases. For example, the action down state works when we touch the screen, while the action up state works when we end the screen touch process. All right, so we're going to create the code required for the bird to fly according to these two actions. So if you want to, let's go ahead and open Android Studio, and we'll do that necessary operation. So here I'm going to want to add set on touch listener to the constraint layout component. So I'm making the return value true. Now, first of all, I've got to make the text view start info component invisible when the screen is touched. So I'll use the set visibility method for this. I can write invisible in parentheses. Now I have to control the screen touch event by creating an if structure. So for this, we're going to use the event object given as a parameter. So I'll write event.getAction in parentheses. This method will give us the type of movement made. If event.getAction equals motionEvent.actionDown, it means that touchscreen operation is currently active. If event.getAction equals motionEvent.actionUp, it means the process of touching the screen is finished. So by creating a Boolean type variable here, I can control the screen touch action. So for this, I'm going to create a Boolean type variable above. Now here I'll be setting the value of the touch control variable to false. Now in the action down method, I will make the touch control variable true, and in the action up method, I'll make the touch control variable false. Also here we're going to have to repeat the movements of the characters within the specified time using the runnable and handler classes. So for this, I just need to create an object from the runnable and handler classes. But as soon as the screen is touched, I've got to run the runnable method first. And then next, I've got to run motion events. Otherwise, our application may run unhealthily, and it could crash as soon as the game starts, basically. So that's why I want to create more than one variable to control that situation. So here I'll be changing the value of begin control, this variable here, the begin control variable, to false. Now I will provide the necessary checks using the if-else statement. If the value of begin control variable is false, that is, if the screen is touched for the first time, first I will make the begin control variable true. Now I will define the runnable and handler objects. So we will write the codes for the movement of the characters into the run method in the next lessons. And for now, I'll just specify how many milliseconds the run method needs to be repeated. So I'm just going to write in here just a short amount of time because we'll need to keep this time as low as possible to keep the characters moving, right? So finally, I can start the runnable with the handler.post method. Now, if begin control is true, That is, if the screen has been touched 2 or more times, this time I will run motion events. And for this, I can just copy and paste the if statement that I wrote earlier. Yeah, you know what? Maybe it is a bit complicated here, my friends. So I just want to go over it again. So the game activity has been opened. The value of the begin control variable is false. So I touch the screen once. Since begin control is false, the value of the begin control variable will be true, and the runnable method will work. Right? So then if you touch the screen again, now because the begin control variable is true, motion events will run. And then we also move the characters according to the state of the motion events. So if the first time that we touched the screen, motion events had worked, some errors might have occurred in the game. So if you get into those situations yourself after writing the code, you can always see the errors that you might encounter in a more concrete way. Otherwise, it should go pretty smoothly, all right? So review any of that you need to, and we'll take a short break here. And in the next lesson, we're going to move the bird up and down. All right? So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in that previous lesson, we activated the screen touch feature. We created the runnable and handler classes. So in this lesson, we're going to move the bird up and down. Now, as you can see, the upper left-hand corner here of our device, it's always 0 to 0 point. And as we move downward and to the right, the values of X and Y get bigger. For example, when we keep the emulator horizontal, the size of our emulator is 1020, and its width is 1920. Now, of course, this value is going to differ because that is dictated by device. But here, the bottom right point is the point where the device takes its highest values, right? So if we define a value below 0 for the location of the bird on the x-axis or y-axis, or if we define a value higher than the height or width of the screen, our bird will move off the screen. I also want to tell you the following two methods here. If you apply the get width or get height methods to any component, you can obtain the dimensions, width, and the height of that component. But if you apply get X or get Y methods to any component, you'll get the position of that component on the screen. Make sense? For example, if we use the bird.getX method to find the position of the bird on the screen, we find its position on the x-axis to be 50. If we use the bird.getY method, we'll find its position on the y-axis as 510. So my friends, if you want to, after this mathematical information, why don't we go ahead and open up Android Studio and fly our bird. So first of all, I want to create an integer type variable that I'm going to transfer the position values of the bird on the screen. So the bird x value will represent the bird's position on the x-axis. The bird y value will represent the position of the bird on the y-axis. So in addition to that, I will create two more variables that we will transfer the dimensions of the screen. So the screen width value will represent the horizontal length of the screen, and the screen height value will represent the vertical length of the screen, okay? So now let's pass the required values to these variables just above the runnable method. And first we'll determine the width of the screen. So for that, I can use the constraint layout.getWidth method. Now, since these values are of the float type, we will have to convert them to the integer type. So for that, it's going to be sufficient to write integer in parentheses. So now we've got to determine the height of the screen. So for this, I'll write constraint layout.getHeight. And now we can determine the location of the bird. So by using the method birdx equals bird.getX, we'll determine the position of the bird on the x-axis. Using the bird.getY method, we will determine the position of the bird on the y-axis. Thus, we'll determine the dimensions of the screen and the position of the bird on the screen. Now let's create a method to move the bird and call this method in the run method. So now, of course, I can write the codes to fly the bird. So first of all, I've got to detect if the screen has been touched, because when we touch the screen, the bird's going to move up. And when we stop touching the screen, the bird will move down. So for this, I'm just going to check this case by creating an if-else structure. If touch control is true, that is, the screen was touched, the bird should move upwards. That is, the position value on the y-axis should decrease. So therefore, I've got to derive a certain value from the value of the bird's position on the y-axis. So if we set this value to be a fixed value, when we run it on different size devices, we're going to get different results. For example, 20 units may be a high value on a small phone, while 20 units may be a very small value on a larger phone or tablet. So therefore, it's going to be more accurate to set a value based on the height of the screen rather than a fixed value. So if we assume that the height of the screen is about 1,000, it would be fine for the bird to move up 1/50th of the screen. If by tapping the screen is released, the bird should move down. That is, the position value on the y-axis will increase, so therefore I'm going to change the minus sign I wrote here to a plus sign. And finally, I'll determine the final position of the bird with the bird.setY method. So I'll write the value of bird y in parentheses. So let's go ahead and run so that we can test the application of this stage. And the application opens. Unmute the sound. Press the start button. All right, so the game screen opens. And now as soon as I touch the screen, the bird should move up. And I touch the screen, and there you go. The bird is moving down. So if we don't touch the screen again, the bird will go off the screen. And there you go. The bird disappears from the screen. So I'll press the screen again, and yeah, so I'll keep it pressing, and the bird comes back on the screen. And if I keep pressing, the bird will move up and off the screen. And there you go. The bird disappears from the screen. Okay, so now let's just close up the application and prevent the bird from going off the screen. So I'm going to use an if structure to prevent the bird from flying away. And if the bird's position on the y-axis, the variable bird y, is less than or equal to 0, so I've got to make the value of bird y 0. So as soon as the bird's position on the y-axis reaches 0, even if we keep pressing the screen, it's going to remain at 0, right? So we'll prevent it from going off screen while moving down. Now, I want to explain this situation to you as follows. When the bird reaches the bottom of the screen, the bird's position on the y-axis, that is, the bird's y value, is equal to the difference between the height of the screen and the height of the bird. For example, if the height of the screen is 1020 and the height of the bird is 20, when the bird reaches the bottom of the screen, the position value of the bird on the y-axis, bird y, will be 1000. Yeah? So as a result, if the position value of the bird on the y-axis is 1000 or more, the bird's going to be off screen. So, therefore, I need to make a check as follows. If bird y is greater than or equal to the difference between the screen height and the bird's height, I should always equalize the bird y value to this difference. Thus, the bird will move to the bottom of the screen, but not off screen. So let's run the application now and test it. So the application opens, mute the sound, press the start button, game screen opens. Now, as soon as I touch the screen, the bird should move down. Touch the screen, and there you go, the bird's moving down. And as you see, the bird did not go off screen. So now I'll move the bird up, tapping on the screen. As you can see, the bird doesn't go off the screen. So, my friends, that's how you do that. Why don't we take a short break here, and in our next lesson, we'll move some of the other characters, all right? See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we moved the bird up and down. Well done. Cool. Now, we also prevented the bird from going off the screen. So in this lesson, we're going to write the necessary code for the characters to move. So for this, we can open up Android Studio. And first of all, I want to create variables of the integer type where I will transfer the position values of the characters on the x and y axis. So I'll create variables for the position values on the x-axis. Now I'll create variables for the position values on the y-axis. Okay, so those are the necessary variables. Now let's create a new method to control the movement of the characters and call this method in the run method. So I'll name this method enemy control. And now let's call this method inside the run method. And sure enough, my friends, now we can write the necessary code. So first of all, I am going to have to make all the characters visible. So I can use the set visibility method for this. I'll write visible in parentheses. I'll create this method for all the characters. And that makes all the characters visible. So now I've got to determine the movement speed of the characters. So I'll determine the speed of the enemy 1 character. if you consider the width of the screen to be approximately 2000, we can reduce the position value of the character on the x-axis by 1/150ths of the screen. So that means every time the run method works, the enemy 1 character will move about 13 units on the x-axis, right? Also, when the enemy 1 character goes off of the x-axis, we're going to need to get it back into the game. So I'm going to create an if statement. If enemy 1x is less than 0, I send the enemy 1 character 200 units to the right of the screen. So that way, as soon as a character step out of screen, then they'll be included in the game again. Does that make sense? Now, we should also check for the following situation here. When the characters are reintroduced into the game, we've got to change their position on the y-axis. Otherwise, the characters are always going to move in the same position. Now, I can check on this situation as follows. So I'll write enemy 1y equals math.floor. So this method will round the decimal number to be generated to a whole number. Inside the parenthesis, I'll write math.random times screen y. Math.random is the method that will generate a decimal number between 0 and 1. So if we multiply this number by the height of the screen, whatever the value is, our character will be included in the game from that point. For example, randomly generated 0.5. Since the height of the screen is 1020, the position value of our character on the y-axis will be 510. So it will be included in the game from the middle of the screen. Now here, using the random class, a random number can be generated with the random.nextFloat method. So you can choose any of these two methods. So now let's prevent the characters from going off the screen on the vertical plane. So for this, I'm going to copy and paste the codes that we wrote earlier to prevent the bird from going off the screen. And I'll write enemy 1y instead of bird y. Thus, the enemy 1 character will not go beyond the screen on the vertical plane under any circumstances. All right. So finally, I've got to determine the final positions of the enemy 1 character on the x and y axis. So here I'm just typing enemy1.setX. And I'll write enemy1x in parentheses. And similarly, I'll write enemy1 set y. I'll write enemy1 y in parentheses. And yeah, so that's everything necessary for the enemy 1 character to move. Why don't we go ahead and run the application and test it? All right, so the application opens. Press the start button, and the game activity opens, and now I'll touch the screen. And here you can see the enemy 1 character starts to move And I think the speed is pretty good for starters. And you can always make them slower or faster if you want. But now, if you notice here, the enemy 1 character is always included in the game from different points, and it doesn't go off screen on the vertical axis. So that's what we wanted. So why don't we just take a short break here, and in our next lesson, we're going to move the other characters around. All right, so I'll see you then. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we moved the enemy 1 character. So now we're going to move some other characters in this lesson. In fact, we're going to write the same code for the movement of the other characters as for the enemy 1 character. We're just going to change the names of the characters. So if you want to, let's go ahead and get started. If you don't want to, you can just watch me, because I'm going to do it anyway. So I'm going to copy the code block that I wrote for the enemy 1 character and paste it 4 times. All right, so that's for the other characters. Now, the copy and paste operation is finished. So now I want to do the necessary actions for the enemy 2 character. So I'll write 140 instead of 150 so that, the speeds are different. Also, I'm going to write enemy 2x instead of enemy 1x. Likewise, I'll write enemy 2y instead of enemy 1y. Now, finally, I've got to determine the final positions of the enemy 2 character on the x and the y axis. So I'll write enemy 2 instead of enemy 1. I'll write enemy 2x instead of enemy 1x, and enemy 2y instead of enemy 1y. All right, so that finishes the code for the enemy 2 character. So now I want to make some corrections for the enemy 3 character in very much the similar way. So I'll write 130 instead of 150, so that makes the speeds different. Also write enemy 3x instead of enemy 1x. And 3y instead of enemy 1y. And finally, I've got to determine the final positions of the enemy 3 character on the x and y axis. So here I'll write enemy 3 instead of enemy 1. I'll write enemy 3x instead of enemy 1x, and enemy 3y instead of enemy 1y. All right, so that's the enemy 3 character complete. So now let's change the actions for the coin 1 character. So here I'm going to write 120 instead of 150, and that'll change that speed. Now I'm also going to write coin 1x instead of enemy 1x, and I'll write coin 1y instead of enemy 1y, and finally I'll determine the final position of the coin 1 character on the x and y axis. So I'll write coin 1 instead of enemy 1. All right, coin 1x for enemy 1x, and coin 1y for enemy 1y. And just like that, we have finished the coin 1 character. So let's do a coin 2 character. So here I'll write 110 instead of 150. And also I'll write coin 2x instead of enemy 1x. Likewise, I'll substitute coin 2y for enemy 1y. And of course, we've got to determine the final position of coin 2 on the X and Y axis. So I'll write coin 2 instead of enemy 1. All right. So that is the coin 2 character. So why don't we just check, because I kind of rushed through all that, but why don't we just check and make sure that it tests out. Application opens. Press the start. And the game activity opens. And now I'm touching the screen, and as you can see, the characters start to move. And yeah, so speeds are okay to start off. And you can always get in there and move them slower or faster if you want. Maybe you've already done it. Now, if you notice, the characters are constantly entering the game from different points, and they don't necessarily, they don't step out of the screen on the vertical axis. So that's good work, my friends. Why don't we take a short break here, and in our next lesson, we'll be checking for collisions. I'll show you how to do that in the next lesson. See you then. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we did all of the necessary steps to move the characters around. So in this lesson, we're going to check for the collision of characters. More precisely, we're going to control the collision of enemy characters and coins with the bird. So if the bird collides with any of the enemy characters, our right to play will be reduced. So if it collides with any of the coins, we're going to get 10 points. But of course, first we're going to need to determine how the collision took place. So that is, what situation that we want to accept as a collision. Therefore, I suggest you listen very carefully, because what we mean by collision is that the center points of the characters are in the area where the bird is located, right? So that means we're going to control all the collisions based on the center point of the characters. So as I mentioned in previous lessons, the center points of the characters are always their upper left corners. Therefore, we need to change the center points of the characters. So for each character, we'll need to move the center point from the upper left corner to the midpoint of the characters. So for this, we'll just apply a method like this. If we add half of the character's width to the position value on the x-axis of the character, that is, enemy 1x here, we'll get the position value on the x-axis of the center of the character. All right, so this place is important, my friends. I'll repeat it once more. The position on the x-axis of the character here. This is the width of the character. So if we add half of the character's width to the position value on the x-axis of the character, that is, enemy 1x, we get the position value on the x-axis of the center of the character. All right, so now using the same logic, let's find the position value on the y-axis of the center of the character. So if we add half of the character's height to the position value on the y-axis of the character, that is, enemy 1y, we'll get the position value on the y-axis of the center of the character. And that's how we determine the center point of the character. All right? So now let's check out the collision event. If the center point of the characters is within the area where the bird is, we will assume that a collision's occurred. Therefore, we must determine in which situations the centers of the characters will be within the area where the bird is located. So we're going to create 4 different conditions for this. First, we'll create the 2 conditions required for the x-axis. First, the position value on the x-axis of the center point of the character, that is, the value of center enemy 1x, must be greater than the position value on the x-axis of the bird. That is the value of bird x. The second condition is that the position value on the x-axis of the center point of the character, that is the center enemy 1x value, must be less than the sum of the position value on the x-axis of the bird and the width of the bird, that is, the sum of the values bird x and bird.getWidth. So you see, when these two conditions are met, the position values on the x-axis of the center point of the characters will always meet the collision condition. So now we're going to create the two conditions required for the y-axis. So first, the position value on the y-axis of the center point of the character, that is, the value of center enemy 1y, must be greater than the position value on the y-axis of the bird, that is, bird y. The second condition is that the position value on the y-axis of the center point of the character, that is, center enemy 1y value, must be less than the sum of the bird's position value on the y-axis and the height of the bird, that is, the sum of the values bird y and bird.getHeight. So then, when these two conditions are met, the position values on the y-axis of the center points of the characters always meet the collision condition. All right? So that way we fulfill all the conditions required for the collision. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio and do some coding. So first of all, I'm going to create a new method for collision control. I'll name the method collision control. So now I'll call this method inside the run method. And now I'll write the necessary code for collision control. So first I'm going to set the center point of the enemy 1 character. And just by typing integer center enemy 1x, and I'll write equals enemy 1x plus enemy 1 dot get width divided by 2. So now I'll write integer center enemy 1y. I'll write equals enemy 1y plus enemy 1 dot get height divided by 2. All right, so now we have determined the center of the enemy 1 character. Now we've got some necessary checks for the collision. So if the position value on the x-axis of the center point of the character, that is, the value of center enemy 1x, is greater than the position value on the x-axis of the bird, that is, bird x, and the position value on the x-axis of the center point of the character, that is, the value of center enemy 1x, is less than the sum of the position value on the x-axis of the bird and the width of the bird, that is, the sum of bird x and bird.getWidth values. And the position value on the y-axis of the center point of the character, that is, the center enemy 1y, is greater than the position value on the y-axis of the bird, that is, bird y, and the position value on the y-axis of the center point of the character, that is, the center enemy 1y value, is less than the sum of the position value on the y-axis of the bird and the height of the bird, that is the sum of bird y and the bird.getHeight values, it means, boom, you got a collision. So, what do we do if a collision happens? All of that, and what do we do if a collision happens, right? Well, first of all, as soon as a collision takes place, we need to take the character off the screen and then reintroduce it into the game. So for that, I'll write enemy 1x equals screen width plus 200. And that way, as soon as a collision occurs, the character will move off the screen by 200 units, and it'll be re-included in the game. Also, since a collision is with the enemy character, I've got to reduce my right to play. So for this, I will define a new variable of the integer type. And I will set the starting value of the right variable as 3. Because at the beginning, we're going to have 3 rights. Yeah, that's only fair. So now I have to decrease the value of the right variable. So I'm writing right minus minus. And just like that, my friends, we have completed the necessary collision conditions for the enemy 1 character. So if you want to, we can take a short break here. And why don't you go ahead and do a short review so that you can absorb all of that subject matter. Because in the next lesson, we're going to do the collision checks for the other characters. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So in our previous lesson, we wrote the necessary code just in case the enemy 1 character collided with our bird. So that means in this lesson, we're going to write the necessary code in case the bird collides with some of the other characters. So actually, all we're going to need to do is copy the code that we wrote for the enemy 1 character and paste it for some of the other characters where we want, and you'll see. So let's go ahead and open up Android Studio and get to coding. So what I said I'll do, I'll copy and paste the code block that we wrote for the enemy 1 character 4 different times. All right, so the copy and paste is all finished, but we got to customize them. So let's make some of these necessary changes and fix the enemy 2 character. So I'll write center enemy 2x instead of center enemy 1x. I'll write enemy 2x instead of enemy 1x, and I'll write enemy 2 instead of enemy 1. Now I'll write center enemy 2y instead of center enemy 1y, and enemy 2y instead of enemy 1y. And here I can write enemy 2 instead of enemy 1. All right, so we have now determined the center point of the enemy 2 character. So yeah, that means we've got to go ahead and make some changes to the collision conditions. So let's write center enemy 2x instead of center enemy 1x. I'll write center enemy 2y instead of center enemy 1y. And we don't need to make any changes on the right side of the equations, right? So now let's send the enemy 2 character off screen. So I'll type enemy 2x instead of enemy 1x. All right, so there's the collision conditions for the enemy 2 character. Now we've got to fix for the enemy 3 character, just like we did. So I'll come in here and center enemy 3x instead of center enemy 1x. I'll write here 3x instead of 1x. Enemy 3 instead of enemy 1. Now here I can write center enemy 3y instead of center enemy 1y. enemy 3y here instead of enemy 1y. Write enemy 3 instead of enemy 1. All right, so those are the center points. So now let's go ahead and change the collision conditions. Center enemy 3x instead of center enemy 1x. And I'll write center enemy 3y instead of center enemy 1y. Now, let's send the enemy 3 character off the screen. So I'll type enemy 3x instead of enemy 1x. And there you've got the necessary collision conditions for the enemy 3 character. Now we've got to fix the coin 1 character. So what I'll do here is write center coin 1x instead of center enemy 1x. Write coin 1x instead of enemy 1x. I'll write coin 1 instead of enemy 1. Now I can write center coin 1y instead of center enemy 1y. I'll write coin 1y instead of enemy 1y. I'll write coin 1 instead of enemy 1. All right, so there's the center point of the coin 1 character. Now we've got to fix the collision conditions once again. So I'll write center coin 1x instead of center enemy 1x. All right, center coin 1y instead of center enemy 1y. And there's the collision conditions for the coin 1 character. So now we've got to send the coin 1 character off screen. So I'm typing coin 1x instead of enemy 1x. However, in the case of collisions with the coin, what's going to happen? Yeah, you got to remember that our game right should not decrease. We should earn 10 points. So I'm going to delete the right minus minus expression. And also I've got to create a new variable of the integer type. And we're going to transfer the points that we earned to this variable. So I'll name the variable that I'll create as score. Also, I'll set the initial value of the score variable to be 0. So now I've got to add 10 points to the score value within the collision condition. So I'll write score equals score plus 10. So now we can go ahead and write the score variable to the text view score component. So I'm writing here text view score dot set text. And I'll write the score variable in the parentheses for a string type. And the syntax is basically a shortcut to convert an integer expression into a string. And that finishes the necessary corrections for the coin 1 character. So now we have to, we've got another one. We've got a coin 2 character, so let's make those fixes. So I'll write center coin 2x instead of center enemy 1x. And I'll write coin 2x instead of enemy 1x. I'll write coin 2 instead of enemy 1. And now I'll write center coin 2y instead of center enemy 1y. I'll write coin 2y instead of enemy 1y. I'll write coin 2 instead of enemy 1. And that way we have determined the center point of the coin 2 character. So let's go ahead and change the collision conditions. So here I'll just put in center coin 2x instead of center enemy 1x, and I'll change this to coin 2y instead of enemy 1y, and that creates the collision conditions for the coin 2 character. Now we can send the coin 2 character off screen. So I'll just type in coin 2x instead of enemy 1x. Now also remember to increment the score variable by 10 and print it on the screen. So for this, I'll just copy and paste the above line of code. Okay, so we have now created the collision conditions for all of the characters. So now let's see what needs to be done when our playwrights are running low or over. So if the right variable is greater than 0 and the score variable is less than 200, I'll keep the target score small to win the game faster. So in that case, I have to create a new if statement. So if the variable right is 2, I will change the image of the right1 object. To accomplish that, I will write right1.setImageResource inside the parenthesis. And I'll write the path to the gray heart image. And likewise, if the variable right is 1, I'll be changing the image of the variable right to. Also, I should write the handler point post delayed method that we wrote in the run method here, because our game should only continue under this condition, right? So that means we will stop the run method in case of losing or winning the game. That's what we're going to write shortly, but what we'll do here for this reason, I can cut the handler.postDelayed method and just paste it here. So if the score is greater than or equal to 200, that means we won the game, okay? All right, so first we've got to stop the run method. To do that, I'll just use the handler.removeCallbacks method. I can also write in runnable in parentheses. Now also, here we need to define a new runnable and handler. We'll do this in our next lesson, but I want to point out where it goes. And then we'll finish this part up by saying if the variable right is 0, we have lost the game. So in that case, we've got to stop the run method. So I can, again, copy and paste the line of code that I just wrote. And I'll change the image of the right3 component. All right, so now we've got to open the result activity using intent. So first, let's create the result activity. I'll choose the New Activity, Empty Activity option. I'll define the name of the activity as Result Activity. And I will create the activity just by pressing the Finish button. All right, so that creates the activity. Now let's open the result activity using intent. So intent equals new intent. I'll just write game activity point this, result activity point class in parentheses. And we will also send the score variable to the result activity. And for that, I can use the put extra method. Now I'll write score to be the key. I open the result activity with a start activity intent method. Okay, so let's have a look, make sure that it works well. So let's run the application and test it out. So that opens the game. Press the start button. All right, the game activity opens. So now I will collide with some enemy characters. Okay, so as you see, my rights decrease, and instead of a red heart, there's a gray heart. Cool, and I'm trying to get some coins, and there, my score has now increased. So let's just finish all our rights, and there you go. The result activity opens. Hey, sure enough, my friends, that works pretty doggone well. So why don't we take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we'll do some coding just in case we win the game. What do you say? See you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we did all the necessary coding we needed to do in case the characters collide with the bird. We also opened the result activity when we lose the game. And in this lesson, we're going to do what needs to be done just in case somebody wins the game. So if we win the game, we're going to want to stop the run method first. Now, we did this in the previous lesson, so you know how to do that. But later, we're going to make all the characters except the bird invisible. So we will disable the ability to touch the screen. We're also going to make the text view start info component visible and change its text. And also, we're going to create a new runnable and handler, because after winning a game, we'll need a new run method for the bird to fly to the end of the screen. And we will repeat this run function until the bird reaches the end of the screen. And if the bird reaches the end of the screen, we will stop the run method. Using intent, we will open the result activity. Okay, so, my friends, let's open Android Studio. And we can start doing these necessary operations. So, first of all, we have got to make the screen touch passive. To do that, we need to use the constraint layout.setEnabled method. I'll write false in parentheses. Now I'll make the text view start info component visible. And I also have to change the text. And now I've got to make the other characters invisible. So I'll make the enemy 1 character invisible. Make the enemy 2 character invisible. And make the enemy 3 character invisible. Finally, I can make the coins invisible. And now I will create one more object from each of the runnable and handler classes. So I created runnable 2 and handler 2 objects. Now we can do the necessary actions. Handler 2 equals new handler. So I'm typing runnable 2 equals new runnable, and I'll do the necessary coding in the run method. So first I'm going to determine the rate at which the bird moves on the y-axis. So I'll write bird x equals bird x plus screen width divided by 300. Now if we consider the width of the screen, right, to be approximately 1900 units, that means the bird will move 6 units. So now I will write bird.setX for the final position of the bird on the x-axis. I'll write bird x in parentheses. And I'll also adjust the y-axis position to be half of the screen, so the bird flies right in the middle of the screen. And now using the if-else statement, I'm just going to check to see if the bird has reached the end of the screen. So if the position value on the x-axis of the bird, bird x, is less than the width of the screen, I want the run method to work. Therefore, here I'm going to use the handler2.postDelayed method. I also write runnable 2 and 20 milliseconds in parentheses. So if the bird x value is larger than the width of the screen, right? You see what I mean? It goes off the screen. The run method is going to stop. All right, so for this, I'll write handler2.remove callbacks. I write runnable 2 in parentheses. Also using intent, I must open the result activity and send the score value to the result activity. And for this, I'll copy and paste the code block that I wrote earlier. Now also with the finish method, I can remove the game activity from the backstack. So yeah, we can even write the last finish method here. So finally, I'll start runnable 2 with the handler2.postRunnable method. And let's test it out. All right, let's run it. So the application opens and press the start button. Start the game by pressing the screen. All right, so now I'm going to try to win the game. Let's see if I can. All right, well, I won the game by reaching 200 points, and the bird now moves toward the end of the screen just fine. The bird goes off screen, and the result activity was turned on. So my friends, that's working very well. Okay, so in the next lesson, we're going to design the result activity. So I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we won the game. We also filled in the necessary code, so when we reach 200 points, it wins the game, and then it opens the result activity. So in this lesson, I promised that we would design the result activity, and we're going to do it now. So I want to show you, though, that in the result activity, there's going to be 3 text views, 1 button, and in the first text view, it will write a statement stating that we won or we lost. So the second text view component will contain the total points that we earned, and the third text view component will contain the highest score. So by pressing the button, we'll be able to play the game again. Also, if we press the back key, while in that result activity, an alert dialog will open. And then we can ask the user if they want to quit the game. And if the user presses the quit game button, it will exit the game completely. All right, so my friends, that's the overview. Let's open up Android Studio and design the result activity. So first of all, I'll choose the landscape option, and that'll make the design area horizontal. Now also from the manifest file, I will make the screen orientation feature landscape. All right, so now we can design the result activity. So first up, I will add a text view to the design area. I will change the ID of the text view component. I'll set its ID to be text view result info. I'll change the text to congratulations. And let's set the text size to be 30. Oh, I also want to make the text color red. Okay, so now, yeah, see how celebratory that's going to look? I'll copy this text view component and paste it twice. And then I can change the ID of the second text view component to text view my score. Now also I'll change the text to your score :50. And now I can change the ID of the third text view component. And finally, I'll change the text of the text view. Cool, so now I've got to add a button to the design area. But before we add the button, I want to create a design file for the button's background in the drawable folder. So I'll right-click on the drawable folder. I'll choose the new drawable resource file option. And I'll write button again background in the file name part. I'll write shape in the root element part. And without changing anything else, I'll just press the OK button. Now, for design, an XML file is opened. Now, first of all, inside the stroke tag, I will determine the color and width of the frame. So I'm going to make the color of the frame red. I'll make the width of the frame 3. I will curl the corners inside the corners tag. And I'll make the radius value to be 30. And finally, I'll determine the fill color inside the solid tag. And I'll make that fill color white. All right, so that quickly finishes the design. Now we can create the button. So I'll add a button in the design area. And I'll change the ID of the button. I'll make the width of the button match parent. Its height is also 60. I'll set the margin start and margin end values to 100. I'll set the margin bottom to 75. So I add the design that I made to the background of the button. And I'm changing the text of the button. And I'll also make the size, let's do 30. And I'll make this text color red. All right, so, here, let's set the text all caps property to false. All right, so now I'll select these 3 text view components. I'll center them horizontally and vertically. And sure enough, my friends, we can now design the components in the Java class. So first I'll define the text view components. And now I will define the button. And then I'll just match the components to their IDs. So my friends, that's it. We've basically finished the design of the result activity. So we can take a short break here, and then in the next lesson, we will print the score and the highest score on the screen. Also, by using shared preferences, we can save the highest score. All right, so I want to see you in the next lesson. Hello, my friends. So in our previous lesson, we finished the result activity design. Now, in this lesson, we will print our score and the highest score on the screen. We're also going to save the highest score using shared preferences. So let's go ahead and open Android Studio and do the necessary code. Now, first of all, I have got to get the score that I sent from the game activity in this activity. So for this, I'll just create a new variable of the integer type. Now we're going to get the score from the getIntent method. So I'll write score equals getIntent dot getIntegerExtra. I write the key phrase in parentheses. Now let's print the score variable in the text view myScore component. And I'll just write your score plus score. Thus, we printed our score on the screen. So now let's save our score. All I have to do for this is just create an object from the Shared Preferences class. Now we need to get and to define the Shared Preferences object. So for this, I'll write Shared Preferences equals this dot get shared preferences. And I have to write 2 parameters in parentheses. The first one is the name I will give to the database that I create. And for this, I'll write score. The second parameter is the mode of the data that we're going to save. So for this, I can write context.modePrivate. Now, let's create the required line of code to get the data. So in order to get data saved with shared preferences, we're going to use the shared preferences.get method. Since our score is of the integer type, I'll choose the getInt method, and I will write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the name I gave to the data I saved. Now, we haven't saved any data yet, of course, but when we play the game for the first time by default, we'll assume the highest score to be 0, right? So as the first parameter, I'll write the highest score. And the second parameter will be the default score. And if no value has been saved in the database yet, in other words, the game is now played for the first time, the highest score is going to be 0. So that's why I'll just write 0 to be the second parameter. All right, so now we must pass this value to an integer type variable. How do we do that? Just by using the if-else statement, we will check to see if we won the game and whether or not the score is the highest score. Now, my goal is not to save the score every time, right? My goal is to check to see if this score is a high score, and if the score is the high score, then that's what will be saved, the high score. So the score is greater than or equal to 200, we've won the game, right? So therefore, I'll print you won the game in the text view result info component. And also, since we won the game, we'll print the score as the highest score on the screen. So I'll type text view highest score.setText. I'll write highest score plus score in parentheses. And now we've got to save the score as the highest score. So for this, I'll use the shared preferences.edit.putInteger method. So in parentheses, I'm writing the name that I will give to the data that I will save, and that is highest score. And for the second parameter, I'll write the data that we will save, and that is the score. And finally, we'll write .apply. All right, so we've now saved the new highest score in the database. And that completes the first condition. Right, so now we've got to create the second condition. We may have lost the game, but the score we got might still be a high score, right? So for example, when I play this game for the very first time, let's say the score I get is 100. So in this case, I lose the game. And let's get 150 points in my second game. So in this case, I lose the game, but I have increased the score. So I get the highest score. So in that situation, we'll create a new condition. So if the score is greater than or equal to the high score, I should save my score as the high score. And I should also print the highest score on the screen. Now, of course, first of all, since we lost the game, I'm going to write, sorry, you lost the game in the text view result info component. Now I can copy and paste the code block above to save the score as the high score. All right, so that completes the second condition. Now we can create the final condition. So the user may have both lost the game and failed to achieve the highest score. So in that case, I'll write this statement on the screen stating that you lost the game. Also, I have to reprint the highest score. And that, my friends, is all that we need to do for those necessary conditions, right? Yes. Now, finally, when the button is pressed, we have to turn on the game activity. So for this, we can add an on-click listener to the button. So why don't we open the main activity using intent. And finally, with the finish method, I'll remove this activity from the backstack. And let's run the application and test it out. Application opens. Okay, so first off, I'm going to lose a game, see what happens. There you go. So I've lost the game, but it has a high score, so my score was printed. Oh, and look, there's a statement stating that, yeah, you lost the game. So that's correct. Now, the conditions in the second condition have been fulfilled. So if I press the play again button to play again, the main activity opens. And I'll press the start button. And this time I'll try to win the game. All right, so I got 200 points, and as you can see, the bird flies toward the end of the screen. Score is printed on the screen as the highest score, and bada boom, bada bing, just like that. Doesn't it feel good, my friends? Yeah, this is a lot of work, and so thank you for doing this with me. So we'll take a short break here, and in the next lesson, we're going to create an alert dialog, and you'll see what that's for in the next lesson. See you then. Hello, my friends. So in the previous lesson, we printed our score and the highest score on the screen. Also, by using shared preferences, we save the highest score. So in this lesson, when the user presses the back button, we're going to show the user an alert dialog. All right, so let's get into Android Studio, and we will create the onBackPressed method, which is apart from the onCreate method. So I'll delete the superdot onBackPressed method here. And now I'll create an object from the alertDialog.builder class. I'll write context, that is resultActivity.this in parentheses. And now I'll set the dialog's title. So for this, I can use the builder.setTitle method. I'll write the name of the application as a title. So now we can create the message that we're going to show to the user. So for this, I'm using the builder.setMessage method. So in parentheses, I'm writing that, are you sure you want to quit the game? Also, I'll use the builder.set cancelable method so that the dialog window does not close when the user touches a different spot on the screen. So I'll write false in parentheses. Now I can create the positive and negative buttons. So first I'll create the negative button. For this, I'll write the builder.setNegativeButton method. I will write two parameters in parentheses. The first is the name of the button. And what I mean by that is quit game. Second, on the onClick Listener feature, I'll write new dialog interface.onClickListener. So when the user presses the quit game button, we want the application to close. Therefore, we will write the following code block as standard. So I'm writing move task to back. I'll write true in parentheses. And now I'm writing android.operating.system.process.killProcess. And here I'll write android.operating.system.process.myPID in parentheses. And then finally, I can use the system.exit method. So I'll write 0 in parentheses. Now, if we write any non-zero integer value, this indicates that the program will close abnormally. So you see, my friends, we wrote the required block of code to shut down the application. Now, let's create the positive button. So here I'll write builder.setPositiveButton. I'll name the button cancel. So here I'll add onClick Listener. And now when the user presses the cancel button, we have to close the dialog window. Therefore, I'll use the dialog.cancel method using the dialog object that represents the dialog window. All right, so finally, I'll write the builder.create.show method to create and display the dialog window. And sure enough, my friends, that's all it takes to create an alert dialog. Why don't we go ahead and run the application, though, and test it. Application opens. I'll just quickly play the game and finish it out. Oh, game over. So now I'll press the back button. And as you can see, the alert dialog has been opened, and first I'll press the cancel button. Dialog window closes. So I'll press the back button again. So this time I'm clicking anywhere on the screen. As you can see, the dialog window did not close. So now I'll press the quit game button and the application closes. So there you go, my friends. That's pretty smooth operations, yeah? Actually, we finished up the application. So in the next lesson, we're going to speed up the game a little bit, for some added fun. All right, so I'll see you then. I'll see you in the next lesson. Hello, friends. So if you remember in the previous lesson, when the user clicked the back button, we show the user an alert dialog. So in this lesson, we want to, as the score increases, we're going to speed up the game, okay? So I'll open up Android Studio. And we've defined the speed of the characters in the enemy control method. So here we're going to increase the speed of the characters by creating if statements. So what I mean by increasing the speed is that we will increase the amount of advancement on the x-axis of the characters. So for this, in the progress codes we wrote earlier, we're going to reduce the integer values that we divide the screen with. So, for example, the width of the screen is about 2,000. So in the beginning, while the enemy 1 character moves about 150th of the screen. That is about 13 units. If we were to write in here 120 instead of 150, it'll move about 16 units. And that way, the speed of the enemy 1 character will be perceivably increased, right? So this way, we will control the speeds. So first, we're going to increase the speed of the enemy 1 character. So if the score is greater than or equal to 50 and the score is less than 100, let's increase the speed of the enemy 1 character a little. All right, so to increase the speed, I'll just copy and paste the above line of code. I'm going to change this to 130 instead of 150, so the enemy 1 character will move a little bit faster. And if the score is greater than or equal to 100 and less than 150, let's increase the speed of the enemy 1 character just a little bit more. So I'll paste the line of code in here too, and I'll just change this to 120 instead of 130. And then finally, if the score is greater than or equal to 150, I'll just increase the speed of the enemy 1 character a little bit more. So let's change this to 100 instead of 120. All right, my friends, so this way, as the score increases, the perceived speed of the enemy 1 character will increase. So now we've got to write some code for the enemy 2 character and the enemy 3 character. So for this, I can just copy the if statement here and paste them for enemy 1 and enemy 2. And I'll just jump in here and make these corrections quickly. For the enemy 2 character, I'll copy the line of code here and paste it into the if statement. Okay, so now let's increase the speed. So first off, I'll just change this from 140 to 120. And I'll change this to 110 instead of 140. And here I'll put in 90 instead of 140. And then for the enemy 3 character, I copy the line of code here and paste it into the if structures. And now let's attend to the speed. So instead of 130 here, I'll put in 120. And instead of 130 here, I'll put in 100. And this should be, let's make it 80 instead of 130. All right, my friends, that's increasing the speed of the enemy characters. I don't think that I want to increase the speed of the coins at this point. Of course, you can jump in there and do that if you want. But I want to run the application and test it out so that you can see what I mean. So this opens the application, press the start button. The game activity is open and I'm starting a game. So let me try to catch the coins and increase my score. And sure enough, the score becomes 50 and then the characters got a little bit faster. So I'm trying to increase my points without losing the game. So I reached 100 points and the characters got a little bit faster. Geez, you know what? I'm kind of having a hard time playing it and talking at the same time, but I am going to win this game. And now my score is 150. Okay, so I only have one goal now to reach 200 points and finish the game. Wow, well, that's embarrassing. So I couldn't win the game. I'm real sorry, my friends. But as you see, that's the whole point. So you can manipulate it, and it's lots of fun. Anyway, the purpose of doing this application was to introduce you to the Android game world. It is lots of fun, but this is just wide open to all you development guys who can, just let your imaginations run wild. All right. And this is great platform to run wild in. You can add different sections and different characters to the game and create more beautiful designs, obviously. But as you know, the game world has no limits, my friends. In fact, the entire industry of gaming is an industry that is completely dependent on your imagination. So again, if you have any questions, get hold of us and we'll just finish up our lesson here. I want to see you on other projects, though. Goodbye for now. Tips and tricks. Hello, everyone. How about some tips and tricks about being an Android developer and developing good Android applications? In fact, great Android applications. In fact, superior Android applications. So I've got a few tips and tricks from my experience, and I want to share my experience, being an Android developer. So I'm going to share some things so that you won't make the same mistakes I did. You know, we stand on the shoulders of each other or something like that. Anyway, I just hope it helps you. So let's get started. So first, just make sure that you have or are using the latest software, because the software you use to develop Android apps is constantly updated. You should follow the updates and learn the new features as they come in with the updates, because every update brings new features, believe me. And if you learn the new features, you will improve yourself continually. It's about continuous improvement, right? All right, so what software do we use to develop Android applications? Android Studio, I think, is a safe bet. And there's Java, Gradle, and those pretty much the main basket of software for an Android developer. I really do think that you should learn in depth Java programming language if you don't already, because Java is a worldwide programming language and it's open source. So that makes it a very good programming language. Software firms are always looking for Java developers around the world. And also, it's the basis of Android application development. If you learn Java programming, then daggone, you can use this skill not only in your Android application development process, but probably every single app that I can think of development process. I don't want to mislead you and say that Android application development is only about Java, but it's a huge part in Android development world. And if you didn't understand me by now, get skilled. Of course, there are some other languages to develop Android applications, such as Kotlin. But there is a world built on Java out there. There are a lot of examples in open source projects that are built by using Java programming. So you can use these resources in your developing process. At the beginning of the course, there are Java programming language videos. I put it together with this course because you really do have to learn these topics. Now, another important thing is patience. You need to be patient in your application development journey, because becoming an Android developer takes a while. I don't want to turn you off by saying it takes forever, but no, it just takes a while. It's step by step. So this is not just about being an Android developer, of course. It's about being a software developer, or I would even say, a good person. Learning to write code is a challenging process. It's attainable. It's not attainable, right? But I want to tell you that in the beginning, it'll be a little difficult. It might even be hard writing small code blocks. But in time, you will learn how to write bigger and bigger code blocks. Just don't give up, I guess is what I'm really saying. Hang in there. In the first couple of months, maybe it'll be too hard for you. You'll think, gosh, darn, I'll never get the hang of this. I'm not a coder. This job is not for me. But when you hang in there somewhere between 6 and 12 months, you're going to get to such a point of bliss, Okay, maybe not bliss, but you'll get to a point where you go, gosh, I am writing some really good code, and you will have developed some really good applications. Even though, the first, uh, just take your time, study just a little bit every day. Every day. That's the key. A little bit every day. And then after that process, you will be a good developer. And, I don't even think age is important. If I don't know what your age is, but it doesn't matter if you're, a kid or not. It's not really important in this process. You can be a young student, middle-aged person who wants to change their job. That's a really big thing these days. So people are changing jobs or getting paid even more because they do have this skill. So let me tell you again, age is not important. Everybody and anybody can develop a good application. It really is putting in the time and patience. So being ambitious and working hard, that is a really important topic. Being an Android developer is a long journey. You should be ambitious on this journey. Developing good applications are going to take time. They're not going to work. You're going to have to figure it out. Your design maybe takes weeks to build, and then after that, it's going to take weeks to write the code. Developing good applications are going to take you months. Now, sometimes you'll have a problem. You won't work for a few days, and some days it's just about chasing down a problem. It's going to be tiring. But after you solve the problem, you are going to feel so good. You're going to enjoy it. Every problem will also teach you new things. Learning how to write code is a process, right? You got that. You're going to learn from your mistakes. Remember them. And don't forget that nobody became a coder without going through this particular process. If you want to be a good Android developer, you should be ambitious and you should always work harder. Now, I'll lay down another important thing. Stack Overflow. You heard of that? Stack Overflow, it's an internet site, and it was built in 2008, and it's a successful platform that brings together people in the IT sector, and it tries to solve their problems. It's a very important resource, especially for Android developers. It's an important platform where you can find solutions to your problems while you're developing Android applications. If you've got a particular problem developing an application, you can always search for your problem on that site. And you'll see that most of your problems are not because of you. So in other words, these are not just your problems. Most developers have gone through the same problem. You can find answers for most of your problems. I guarantee it. If you do not find an answer to your particular problem, you can open up a post and other developers can jump in and help you solve your problem. That's why it's about the community too. When I started to learn Android development, I used this site and it was very useful for me. And I believe it will be useful for you too. So from now on, I want to speak about what you should be careful about when you develop Android applications. So we talked about some of them throughout this course, but I do want to specify a few things briefly. First one, localization. So while you're developing Android applications, you should localize your applications. You should support multiple languages. So this is important because everybody doesn't know English, nor should they even need to. And if you want to develop worldwide applications, you really do need to support multiple languages as much as possible. So if you use just your local language, your target audience will be reduced. Maybe you want that. But supporting multiple languages is going to take some time and some effort, but you will see that this effort will not go to waste. Now, the second one is about the user interface. So while you're developing Android applications, you should use good graphics and pictures. Now, in some of my examples, not the best pictures and graphics, but I use them to make a point. You are going to be designers. In fact, the user interface is, I would say, so important that you've got to even focus on making beautiful designs. In the videos, like I said, we didn't really concentrate on the design because it just takes too much time and effort. But while you're developing your applications, you should focus on the design, because even if you develop great applications, if your user interface design isn't good, people are not going to use it. They're going to look at it and go, oh, I don't want to play that, or I don't want to use that. So in other words, everything is not just about code or being a great coder. Of course, code's important, but design is important. A good design takes maybe a few days to many, many weeks, but you will see it's not a waste of time. So pay attention to the design that you see all around you, things that you use, things that you play already. You should remember that good applications don't just appear overnight. Behind great applications, there is a whole lot of effort. Now, another important topic is about a smaller size APK. So when you develop an Android application, you should be careful about your application APK size. When you publish your application around the world, you should remember that everybody does not have a high-speed internet connection. Maybe in most places, people's internet use is limited, or their mobile internet connection is limited, or people are under data caps. So before users download an application from Google Play, they look at its size. So if its size is really big, people are not going to download it. Most of the time, people will download an application just to try it out. And if the size is too big, people don't download. They delete it. They will try a smaller one. Believe me. So, doesn't that leave you scratching your head and go, how can I build a smaller sized APK? Well, when you finish your application, before building that APK, you should delete unused libraries and any unused pictures. Also, you should use small picture sizes in your applications. There are plenty of size reducer applications out there. They'll reduce the size of the pictures without losing any quality, and you can use these applications to reduce the size of any of your pictures. And what do you know? If you reduce the size of your pictures in your application, the size of the APK will also reduce. So if you do care about this, your application download rate will increase. Another important thing to mention is that multiple screen support. Now, you learned how to support multiple screen sizes in this course, but it also takes a lot of time and effort. But it's so very important. Most of the time, you're not going to, really, I don't feel like doing all the multiple screen gyrations that you have to go through. And if your application works on your test device, that doesn't mean that it's going to work on all of the devices properly, right? So you should test it on the different devices, and these devices should have different screen sizes. Look, believe me, I know it's hard, but it really is necessary because we're talking about quality products. You should design portrait and landscape positions. You should also design your application for tablets as well. So we've talked about all the different things that I think, creates a good application. Believe me, if you pay attention to these topics, you will develop good and applications that are in demand. So let's say that you've developed a great application and you've already published it on Google Play, but there are thousands of applications on Google Play. How are users going to find your application and download it from Google Play? What do you check when you want to download an app from Google Play? Google Play shows the applications to the user according to score and comments, right? So you need to consider users' comments as well as their requests. This is going to increase your download rate. Also, you should learn how to market your app on Google Play. You should be careful about keywords that you use in your description. Application name is also very important. Users search for applications using keywords. And if your app name and app description have these keywords, then your application will be up on top in the search. It's a very important area. You really should learn how to do this effectively. There are multiple online courses on this topic. You can really watch and learn a lot. And I would advise that. We can always learn more. It's constantly changing. So those are a few of my tips and tricks. I hope it's useful for you. We're going to carry on the course, though, so I'll see you in the next video.